Section 1 of Lives of Girls Who Became Famous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Stephanie Lee. Lives of Girls Who Became Famous by Sarah K. Bolton. Section 1, Harriet Beecher Stowe. In a plain home in the town of Litchfield, Connecticut, was born June 14, 1811, Harriet Beecher Stowe. The house was well-nigh full of little ones before her coming. She was the seventh child, while the oldest was but 11 years old. Her father, Reverend Lyman Beecher, a man of remarkable mind and sunshiny heart, was preaching earnest sermons in his own and in all the neighboring towns, on the munificent salary of $500 a year. Her mother, Roxana Beecher, was a woman whose beautiful life has been an inspiration to thousands. With an education superior for those times, she came into the home of the young minister with the strength of mind and heart that made her his companion and reliance. There were no carpets on the floors till the girl-wife laid down a piece of cotton cloth on the parlor, and painted it in oils, with a border and a bunch of roses and other flowers in the center. When one of the good deacons came to visit them, the preacher said, "Walk in, deacon, walk in." "Why, I can't," he said, "thou steppin' on it." Then he exclaimed, in admiration, "D'ye think ye can have all that, and heaven too?" So meager was the salary for the increasing household, that Roxana urged that a select school be started, and in this she taught French, drawing, painting, and embroidery, besides the higher English branches. With all this work she found time to make herself the idol of her children. While Henry Ward hung round her neck, she made dolls for little Harriet, and read to them from Walter Scott and Washington Irving. These were enchanting days for the enthusiastic girl with brown curls and blue eyes. She roamed over the meadows and through the forests, gathering wild flowers in the spring or nuts in the fall, being educated, as she afterwards said, first and foremost by nature, wonderful, beautiful, ever-changing as she is in that cloudland, Litchfield. There were crisp apples of the pink azalea, honeysuckle apples we called them. There were scarlet wintergreen berries. There were pink shell blossoms of trailing arbutus, and feathers of ground pine. There were blue and white and yellow violets, and crowsfoot, and bloodroot, and wild anemone, and other quaint forest treasures. A single incident, told by herself in later years, will show the frolic-loving spirit of the girl and the gentleness of Roxana Beecher. Mother was an enthusiastic horticulturist in all the small ways that limited means allowed. Her brother John, in New York, had just sent her a small parcel of fine tulip bulbs. I remember rummaging these out of an obscure corner of the nursery one day when she was gone out, and being strongly seized with the idea that they were good to eat, and using all the little English I then possessed to persuade my brothers that these were onions, such as grown people ate, and would be very nice for us. So we fell to and devoured the whole, and I recollect being somewhat disappointed in the odd, sweetish taste, and thinking that onions were not as nice as I had supposed. Then mother's serene face appeared at the nursery door, and we all ran toward her, and with one voice began to tell our discovery and achievement. We had found this bag of onions, and had eaten them all up. There was not even a momentary expression of impatience, but she sat down and said, "My dear children, what you have done makes mamma very sorry. Those were not onion roots, but roots of beautiful flowers, and if you had let them alone, ma would have had next summer in the garden great, beautiful red and yellow flowers, such as you never saw." I remember how drooping and disappointed we all grew at this picture, and how sadly we regarded the empty paper bag. When Harriet was 5 years old, a deep shadow fell upon the happy household. 8 little children were gathered round the bedside of the dying mother. When they cried and sobbed, she told them, with inexpressible sweetness, that God could do more for them than she had ever done or could do, and that they must trust him, and urged her 6 sons to become ministers of the gospel. When her heartbroken husband repeated to her the verse, "You are now come unto Mount Zion, unto the city of the living God, the heavenly Jerusalem, and to an innumerable company of angels, to the general assembly and church of the firstborn, which are written in heaven, and to God the judge of all, and to the spirits of just men made perfect, and to Jesus the mediator of the new covenant," she looked up into his face with a beautiful smile, and closed her eyes forever. That smile Mr. Beecher never forgot to his dying day. The whole family seemed crushed by the blow. Little Henry, now the great preacher, who had been told that his mother had been buried in the ground, and also that she had gone to heaven, was found one morning digging with all his might under his sister's window, saying, "I'm going to heaven to find Ma." So much did Mr. Beecher miss her counsel and good judgment, that he sat down and wrote her a long letter, pouring out his whole soul, hoping somehow that she, his guardian angel, though dead, might see it. A year later he wrote a friend: "There is a sensation of loss which nothing alleviates, a solitude which no society interrupts. Amid the smiles and prattle of children and the kindness of sympathizing friends, I am alone. Roxana is not here. She partakes in none of my joys and bears with me none of my sorrows. I do not murmur. I only feel daily, constantly, and with deepening impression, how much I have had for which to be thankful, and how much I have lost. The whole year after her death was a year of great emptiness, as if there was no motive enough in the world to move me. I used to pray earnestly to God either to take me away or to restore to me that interest in things and susceptibility to motive I had had before." Once, when sleeping in the room where she died, he dreamed that Roxana came and stood beside him, and smiled on me as with a smile from heaven. With that smile, he said, all my sorrow passed away. I awoke joyful, and I was light-hearted for weeks after. Harriet went to live for a time with her aunt and grandmother, and then came back to the lonesome home, into which Mr. Beecher had left the necessity of bringing a new mother. She was a refined and excellent woman, and won the respect and affection of the family. At first Harriet, with a not unnatural feeling of injury, said to her, "Because you have come and married my father, when I am big enough, I mean to go and marry your father." But she afterwards learned to love her very much. At 7, with a remarkably retentive memory, a thing which many of us spoil by trashy reading, or allowing our time and attention to be distracted by the trifles of everyday life, Harriet had learned 27 hymns and 2 long chapters of the Bible. She was exceedingly fond of reading, but there was little in the poor minister's library to attract a child. She found Bell's Sermons and Toplady on Predestination. Then, she says, there was a side closet full of documents, a weltering ocean of pamphlets, in which I dug and toiled for hours, to be repaid by disinterring a delicious morsel of a Don Quixote, that had once been a book, but was now lying in 40 or 50 dissecta membra, amid calls, appeals, essays, reviews, and rejoinders. The turning up of such a fragment seemed like the rising of an enchanted island out of an ocean of mud. Finally, Ivanhoe was obtained, and she and her brother George read it through 7 times. At 12, we find her in the school of Mr. John P. Brace, a well-known teacher, where she developed great fondness for composition. At the exhibition at the close of the year, it was the custom for all the parents to come and listen to the wonderful productions of their children. For the list of subjects given, Harriet had chosen, "Can the immortality of the soul be proved by the light of nature?" When mine was read, she said, I noticed that father brightened, and looked interested. "Who wrote that composition?" he asked of Mr. Brace. "Your daughter, sir," was the answer. There was no mistaking father's face when he was pleased, and to have interested him was past all juvenile triumphs. A new life was now to open to Harriet. Her only sister Catherine, a brilliant and noble girl, was engaged to Professor Fisher of Yale College. They were to be married on his return from a European tour, but alas, the Albion, on which he sailed, went to pieces on the rocks, and all on board save one perished. Her betrothed was never heard from. For months all hope seemed to go out of Catherine's life, and then, with a strong will, she took up a course of mathematical study, his favourite study, and Latin under her brother Edward. She was now 23. Life was not to be along the pleasant path she had hoped, but she must make it to tell for the future. With remarkable energy she went to Hartford, Connecticut, where her brother was teaching, and thoroughly impressed with the belief that God had a work for her to do for girls, she raised several $1,000s and built the Hartford Female Seminary. Her brothers had college doors open to them. Why, she reasoned, should not women have equal opportunities? Society wondered of what possible use Latin and moral philosophy could be to girls, but they admired Miss Beecher, and let her do as she pleased. Students poured in, and the seminary soon overflowed. My own school life in that beloved institution, years afterward, I shall never forget. And now the little 12-year-old Harriet came down from Lichfield to attend Catherine's school, and soon became a pupil teacher, that the burden of support might not fall too heavily upon the father. Other children had come into the Beecher home, and with a salary of $800, poverty could not be other than a constant attendant. Once when the family were greatly straitened for money, while Henry and Charles were in college, the new mother went to bed weeping, but the father said, "Well, the Lord always has taken care of me, and I am sure he always will," and was soon fast asleep. The next morning, Sunday, a letter was handed in at the door containing a $100 bill and no name. It was a thank offering for the conversion of a child. Mr. Beecher, with all his poverty, could not help being generous. His wife, by close economy, had saved $25 to buy a new overcoat for him. Handing him the roll of bills, he started out to purchase the garment, but stopped on the way to attend a missionary meeting. His heart warmed as he stayed, and when the contribution box was passed, he put in the roll of bills for the Sandwich Islanders and went home with his threadbare coat. 3 years later, Mr. Beecher, who had now become widely known as a revivalist and brilliant preacher, was called to Boston, where he remained for 6 years. His 6 sermons on intemperance had stirred the whole country. Though he loved Boston, his heart often turned toward the Great West, and he longed to help save her young men. When therefore he was asked to go to Ohio and become the president of Lane Theological Seminary at Cincinnati, he accepted. Singularly dependent upon his family, Catherine and Harriet must needs go with him to the new home. The journey was a toilsome one, over the corduroy roads and across the mountains by stagecoach. Finally they were settled in a pleasant house on Walnut Hills, one of the suburbs of the city, and the sisters opened another school. 4 years later, in 1836, Harriet, now 25, married the professor of biblical criticism and Oriental literature in the seminary, Calvin E. Stowe, a learned and able man. Meantime the question of slavery had been agitating the minds of Christian people. Cincinnati, being near the borderline of Kentucky, was naturally the battleground of ideas. Slaves fled into the free state and were helped into Canada by means of the Underground Railroad, which was in reality only a friendly house about every 10 miles, where the colored people could be secreted during the day and then carried in wagons to the next station in the night. Lane Seminary became a hotbed of discussion. Many of the Southern students freed their slaves, or helped to establish schools for colored children in Cincinnati, and were disinherited by their fathers in consequence. Dr. Bailey, a Christian man who attempted to carry on a fair discussion of the question in his paper, had his presses broken twice, and thrown into the river. The feeling became so intense that the houses of free colored people were burned, some killed, and the seminary was in danger from the mob. The members of Professor Stowe's family slept with firearms, ready to defend their lives. Finally, the trustees of the college forbade all slavery discussion by the students, and as a result, nearly the whole body left the institution. Mr. Beecher, meantime, was absent at the East, having raised a large sum of money for the seminary, and came back only to find his labor almost hopeless. For several years, however, he and his children stayed and worked on. Mrs. Stowe opened her house to colored children, whom she taught with her own. One bright boy in her school was claimed by an estate in Kentucky, arrested, and was to be sold at auction. The half-crazed mother appealed to Mrs. Stowe, who raised the needed money among her friends, and thus saved the lad. Finally, worn out with the impressible conflict, the Beecher family with the Stowes came north in 1850, Mr. Stowe accepting a professorship at Bolton College, Brunswick, Maine. A few boarders were taken into the family to eke out the limited salary, and Mrs. Stowe earned a little from a sketch written now and then for the newspapers. She had even obtained a prize of $50 for a New England story. Her 6 brothers had fulfilled their mother's dying wish and were all in the ministry. She was now 40 years old, a devoted mother with an infant, a hard-working teacher with her hands full to overflowing. It seemed improbable that she would ever do other than this quiet, unceasing labor. Most women would have said, "I can do no more than I am doing. My way is hedged up to any outside work." But Mrs. Stowe's heart burned for those in bondage. The fugitive slave law was hunting colored people and sending them back into servitude and death. The people of the North seemed indifferent. Could she not arouse them by something she could write? One Sunday, as she sat at the communion table in the little Brunswick church, the pattern of Uncle Tom formed itself in her mind, and, almost overcome by her feelings, she hastened home and wrote out the chapter on his death. When she had finished, she read it to her 2 sons, 10 and 12, who burst out sobbing, "Oh, mamma, slavery is the most cursed thing in the world." After 2 or 3 more chapters were ready, she wrote to Dr. Bailey, who had moved his paper from Cincinnati to Washington, offering the manuscript for the columns of the National Era, and it was accepted. Now the matter must be prepared each week. She visited Boston, and at the anti-slavery rooms borrowed several books to aid in furnishing facts. And then the story wrote itself out of her full heart and brain. When it neared completion, Mr. Jewett of Boston, through the influence of his wife, offered to become the publisher, but feared if the serial were much longer it would be a failure. She wrote him that she could not stop till it was done. Uncle Tom's Cabin was published March 20, 1852. Then came the reaction in her own mind. Would anybody read this book? The subject was unpopular. It would indeed be a failure, she feared, but she would help the story make its way if possible. She sent a copy of the book to Prince Albert, knowing that both he and Queen Victoria were deeply interested in the subject. Another copy to Macaulay, whose father was a friend of Wilberforce, one to Charles Dickens, and another to Charles Kingsley. And then the busy mother, wife, teacher, housekeeper, and author waited in her quiet Maine home to see what the busy world would say. In 10 days 10,000 copies had been sold. 8 presses were run day and night to supply the demand. 30 different editions appeared in London in 6 months. 6 theatres in that great city were playing it at one time. Over 3,000 copies were sold in less than a year. Letters poured in upon Mrs. Stowe from all parts of the world. Prince Albert sent his hearty thanks. Dickens said, "Your book is worthy of any head and any heart that ever inspired a book." Kingsley wrote, "It is perfect." The noble Earl of Shaftesbury wrote, "None but a Christian believer could have produced such a book as yours, which has absolutely startled the whole world. I live in hope God grant it may raise to faith that this system is drawing to a close. It seems as though our Lord had sent out this book as a messenger before his face to prepare his way before him." He wrote out an address of sympathy from the women of England to the women of America, to which were appended the signatures of 562,448 women. These were in 26 folio volumes, bound in morocco, with the American eagle on the back of each, the whole in a solid oak case, sent to the care of Mrs. Stowe. The learned reviews gave long notices of Uncle Tom's Cabin. Blackwood said, "There are scenes and touches in this book which no living writer that we know can surpass, and perhaps none can equal." George Eliot wrote her beautiful letters. How the heart of Lyman Beecher must have been gladdened by this wonderful success of his daughter! How Roxana Beecher must have looked down from heaven, and smiled that never-to-be-forgotten smile! How Harriet Beecher Stowe herself must have thanked God for this unexpected fullness of blessing! Thousands of dollars were soon paid to her as her share of the profits from the sale of the book. How restful it must have seemed to the tired, overworked woman, to have more than enough for daily needs! The following year, 1853, Professor Stowe and his now famous wife decided to cross the ocean for needed rest. What was their astonishment to be welcomed by immense public meetings in Liverpool, Glasgow, Edinburgh, Aberdeen, Dundee, indeed, in every city which they visited. People in the town stopped her carriage to fill it with flowers. Boys ran along the street shouting, "That's her! See the curls!" A penny offering was made her, given by people of all ranks, consisting of 1,000 golden sovereigns on a beautiful silver salver. When the committee having the matter in charge visited one little cottage, they found only a blind woman, and said, "She will feel no interest, as she cannot read the book." "Indeed," said the old lady, "if I cannot read, my son has read it to me, and I've got my penny saved to give." The beautiful Duchess of Sutherland entertained Mrs. Stowe at her house, where she met Lord Palmerston, the Duke of Argyll, Macaulay, Gladstone, and others. The Duchess gave her a solid gold bracelet in the form of a slave's shackle, with the words, "We trust it is a memorial of a chain that is soon to be broken." On one link was the date of the abolition of the slave trade, March 25, 1807, and of slavery in the English territories, August 1, 1834. On the other links are now engraved the dates of emancipation in the District of Columbia, President Lincoln's proclamation abolishing slavery in the States in rebellion, January 1, 1863, and finally, on the clasp, the date of the constitutional amendment abolishing slavery forever in the United States. Only a decade after Uncle Tom's Cabin was written, and nearly all this accomplished. Who could have believed it possible? On Mrs. Stowe's return from Europe, she wrote Sunny Memories of Foreign Lands, which had a large sale. Her husband was now appointed to the professorship of sacred literature in the Theological Seminary at Andover, Massachusetts, and here they made their home. The students found in her a warm-hearted friend, and an inspiration to intellectual work. Other books followed from her pen. Dread, a powerful anti-slavery story; The Minister's Wooing, with lovely Mary Scudder as its heroine; Agnes of Sorrento, an Italian story; The Pearl of Orr's Island, a tale of the New England coast; Old Town Folks, House and Home Papers, My Wife and I, Pink and White Tyranny, and some others, all of which have been widely read. The sale of Uncle Tom's Cabin has not ceased. It is estimated that over 1,500,000 copies have been sold in Great Britain and her colonies, and probably an equal or greater number in this country. There have been 12 French editions, 11 German, and 6 Spanish. It has been published in 19 different languages: Russian, Hungarian, Armenian, modern Greek, Finnish, Welsh, Polish, and others. In Bengal the book is very popular. A lady of high rank in the court of Siam liberated her slaves, 130 in number, after reading this book, and said, "I am wishful to be good like Harriet Beecher Stowe, and never again to buy human bodies, but only to let them go free once more." In France the sale of the Bible was increased because the people wished to read the book Uncle Tom loved so much. Uncle Tom's Cabin, like Les Miserables and a few other novels, will live because written with a purpose. No work of fiction is permanent without some great underlying principle or object. Soon after the Civil War, Mrs. Stowe bought a home among the orange groves of Florida, and thither she goes each winter with her family. She has done much there for the colored people whom she helped to make free. With the proceeds of some public readings at the North she built a church, in which her husband preached as long as his health permitted. Her home at Mandarin, with its great moss-covered oaks and a profusion of flowers, is a restful and happy place after these most fruitful years. Her summer residence, in Hartford, Connecticut, beautiful without and artistic within, has been visited by thousands, who honor the noble woman not less than the gifted author. Many of the Beecher family have died. Lyman Beecher at 83, and Catherine at 78. Some of Mrs. Stowe's own children are waiting for her in the other country. She says, "I am more interested in the other side of Jordan than this, though this still has its pleasures." On Mrs. Stowe's 71st birthday, her publishers, Messrs. Hutton, Mifflin and Company, gave a garden party in her honor, at the hospitable home of Governor Claflin and his wife, at Newton, Massachusetts. Poets and artists, statesmen and reformers, were invited to meet the famous author. On a stage, under a great tent, she sat, while poems were read and speeches were made. The brown curls had become snowy white, and the bright eyes of girlhood had grown deeper and more earnest. The manner was the same as ever, unostentatious, courteous, kindly. Her life is but another confirmation of the well-known fact that the best work of the world is done, not by the loiterers, but by those whose hearts and hands are full of duties. Mrs. Stowe died about noon, July 1st, 1896, of paralysis, at Hartford, Connecticut, at the age of 85. She passed away as if to sleep, her son, the Reverend Charles Edward Stowe, and her daughters, Eliza and Harriet, standing by her bedside. Since the death of her husband, Professor Calvin E. Stowe, in 1886, Mrs. Stowe had gradually failed physically and mentally. She was buried July 3rd in the cemetery connected with the Theological Seminary at Andover, Massachusetts, between the graves of her husband and her son Henry. The latter was drowned in the Connecticut River, while a member of Dartmouth College, July 19th, 1857. End of Section 1.
Section 2 of Lives of Girls Who Became Famous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jadapi. Lives of Girls Who Became Famous by Sarah K. Bolton. Section 2. Helen Hunt Jackson. Thousands were saddened when, August 12, 1885, it was flashed across the wires that Helen Hunt Jackson was dead. The Nation said, "The news will probably carry a pang of regret into more American homes than similar intelligence in regard to any other woman, with the possible exception of Mrs. Harriet Beecher Stowe." How, with the simple initials H.H., had she won this place in the hearts of the people? Was it because she was a poet? Oh, no, many persons of genius have few friends. It was because an earnest life was back of her gifted writings. A great book needs a great man or woman behind it to make it a perfect work. Mrs. Jackson's literary work will be abiding, but her life, with its dark shadow and bright sunlight, its deep affections and sympathy with the oppressed, will furnish a rich setting for the gems of thought which she gave to the world. Born in the cultured town of Amherst, Massachusetts, October 18th, 1831, she inherited from her mother a sunny, buoyant nature, and from her father, Nathan W. Fiske, professor of languages and philosophy in the college, a strong and vigorous mind. Her own vivid description of the "naughtiest day in my life," in St. Nicholas, September and October, 1880, shows the ardent, wilful child who was one day to stand out fearlessly before the nation and tell its statesmen the wrong they had done to her Indians. She and her younger sister Annie were allowed one April day by their mother to go into the woods just before school hours to gather checkerberries. Helen, finding the woods very pleasant, determined to spend the day in them, even though sure she would receive a whipping on her return home. The sister could not be coaxed to do wrong, but a neighbor's child, with the promise of seeing live snails with horns, was induced to accompany the truant. They wandered from one forest to another, till hunger compelled them to seek food at a stranger's home. The kind farmer and his wife were going to a funeral, and wished to lock their house, but they took pity on the little ones, and gave them some bread and milk. "There," said the woman, "now you just make yourselves comfortable and eat all you can, and when you're done you push the bowls in among them lilac bushes, and nobody'll get 'em." Urged on by Helen, she and her companion wandered into the village, to ascertain where the funeral was to be held. It was in the meeting house, and thither they went, and seated themselves on the bier outside the door. Becoming tired of this, they trudged on. One of them lost her shoe in the mud, and stopping at a house to dry their stockings, they were captured by two Amherst professors, who had come over to Hadley to attend the funeral. The children had walked 4 miles, and nearly the whole town, with the frightened mother, were in search of the runaways. Helen, greatly displeased at being caught, jumped out of the carriage, but was soon retaken. At 10 o'clock at night they reached home, and the child walked in as rosy and smiling as possible, saying, "Oh, mother, I've had a perfectly splendid time." A few days passed, and then her father sent for her to come into his study, and told her because she had not said she was sorry for running away, she must go into the garret and wait till he came to see her. Sullen at this punishment, she took a nail and began to bore holes in the plastering. This so angered the professor that he gave her a severe whipping, and kept her in the garret for a week. It is questionable whether she was more penitent at the end of the week than she was at the beginning. When Helen was 12, both father and mother died, leaving her to the care of a grandfather. She was soon placed in the school of the author Rev. J.S.C. Abbott, of New York, and here some of her happiest days were passed. She grew to womanhood, frank, merry, impulsive, brilliant in conversation, and fond of society. At 21 she was married to a young army officer, Captain, afterward Major, Edward B. Hunt, whom his friends called Cupid Hunt from his beauty and his curling hair. He was a brother of Governor Hunt of New York, an engineer of high rank, and a man of fine scientific attainments. They lived much of their time at West Point and Newport, and the young wife moved in a fashionable social circle, and won hosts of admiring friends. Now and then, when he read a paper before some learned society, he was proud to take his vivacious and attractive wife with him. Their first baby died when he was 11 months old, but another beautiful boy came to take his place, named after two friends, Warren Horsford, but familiarly called Rennie. He was an uncommonly bright child, and Mrs. Hunt was passionately fond and proud of him. Life seemed full of pleasures. She dressed handsomely, and no wish of her heart seemed ungratified. Suddenly, like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, the happy life was shattered. Major Hunt was killed October 2nd, 1863, while experimenting in Brooklyn with a submarine gun of his own invention. The young widow still had her 8-year-old boy, and to him she clung more tenderly than ever, but in less than 2 years she stood by his dying bed. Seeing the agony of his mother, and forgetting his own even in that dread destroyer, diphtheria, he said, almost at the last moment, "Promise me, mamma, that you will not kill yourself." She promised, and exacted from him also a pledge that if it were possible he would come back from the other world to talk with his mother. He never came, and Mrs. Hunt could have no faith in spiritualism because what Rennie could not do, she believed to be impossible. For months she shut herself into her own room, refusing to see her nearest friends. "Any one who really loves me ought to pray that I may die too, like Rennie," she said. Her physician thought she would die of grief, but when her strong, earnest nature had wrestled with itself and come off conqueror, she came out of her seclusion, cheerful as of old. The pictures of her husband and boy were ever beside her, and these doubtless spurred her on to the work she was to accomplish. 3 months after Rennie's death, her first poem, "Lifted Over," appeared in the Nation. As tender mothers guiding baby steps, when places come at which the tiny feet would trip, lift up the little ones in arms of love, and set them down beyond the harm, so did our Father watch the precious boy, led o'er the stones by me, who stumbled oft, myself, but strove to help my darling on. He saw the sweet limbs faltering, and saw rough ways before us, where my arms would fail, so reached from heaven, and lifting the dear child, who smiled in leaving me, he put him down, beyond all hurt, beyond my sight, and bade him wait for me. Shall I not then be glad, and thanking God, press on to overtake? The poem was widely copied, and many mothers were comforted by it. The kind letters she received in consequence were the first gleam of sunshine in the darkened life. If she were doing even a little good, she could live and be strong. And then began, at 34, absorbing, painstaking literary work. She studied the best models of composition. She said to a friend, years after, "Have you ever tasted the advantages of an analytical reading of some writer of finished style? There is a little book called Outdoor Papers by Wentworth Higginson that is one of the most perfect specimens of literary composition in the English language. It has been my model for years. I go to it as a textbook, and have actually spent hours at a time taking one sentence after another and experimenting upon them, trying to see if I could take out a word or transpose a clause and not destroy their perfection." And again, "I shall never write a sentence so long as I live without studying it over from the standpoint of whether you would think it could be bettered." Her first prose sketch, "A Walk Up Mount Washington from the Glen House," appeared in the Independent, September 13, 1866, and from this time she wrote for that able journal 371 articles. She worked rapidly, writing usually with a lead pencil, on large sheets of yellow paper, but she pruned carefully. Her first poem in the Atlantic Monthly, entitled "Coronation," delicate and full of meaning, appeared in 1869, being taken to Mr. Fields, the editor, by a friend. At this time she spent a year abroad, principally in Germany and Italy, writing home several sketches. In Rome she became so ill that her life was despaired of. When she was partially recovered and went away to regain her strength, her friends insisted that a professional nurse should go with her, but she took a hard-working young Italian girl of 16, to whom this vacation would be a blessing. On her return in 1870, a little book of verses was published. Like most beginners, she was obliged to pay for the stereotyped plates. The book was well received. Emerson liked especially her sonnet, "Thought." He ranked her poetry above that of all American women, and most American men. Some persons praised the exquisite musical structure of the Gondolieds, and others read and reread her beautiful Down to Sleep. But the world's favorite was Spinning. Like a blind spinner in the sun I tread my days. I know that all the threads will run appointed ways. I know each day will bring its task, and being blind no more I ask. But listen, listen, day by day, to hear their tread, who bear the finished web away, and cut the thread, and bring God's message in the sun. Thou poor blind spinner, work is done. After this came two other small books, bits of travel and bits of talk about home matters. She paid for the plates of the former. Fame did not burst upon Helen Hunt. It came after years of work, after it had been fully earned. The road to authorship is a hard one, and only those should attempt it who have courage and perseverance. Again her health failed, but not her cheerful spirits. She traveled to Colorado, and wrote a book in praise of it. Everywhere she made lasting friends. Her German landlady in Munich thought her the kindest person in the world. The newsboy, the little urchin on the street with a basket full of wares, the guides over the mountain passes, all remembered her cheery voice and helpful words. She used to say, "She is the only half mother who does not see her own children in every sight." Oh, if the world could only stop long enough for one generation of mothers to be made all right, what a millennium could be begun in 30 years! Some one, in her childhood, called her a "stupid child" before strangers, and she never forgot the sting of it. In Colorado, in 1876, 11 years after the death of Major Hunt, she married Mr. William Sharpless Jackson, a Quaker and a cultured banker. Her home at Colorado Springs became an ideal one, sheltered under the great Manitou, and looking toward the Garden of the Gods, full of books and magazines, of dainty rugs and dainty china gathered from many countries, and richly colored Colorado flowers. Once, when Eastern guests were invited to luncheon, 23 varieties of wild flowers, each massed in its own color, adorned the home. A friend of hers says, "There is not an artificial flower in the house, on embroidered table cover or sofa cushion or tidy. Indeed, Mrs. Jackson holds that the manufacture of silken poppies and crewel sunflowers is a respectable industry, intended only to keep idle hands out of mischief." Mrs. Jackson loved flowers almost as though they were children. She writes, "I bore on this June day a sheaf of the white columbine, one single sheaf, one single root, but it was almost more than I could carry. In the open spaces I carried it on my shoulder, in the thickets I bore it carefully in my arms, like a baby. There is a part of Cheyenne Mountain which I and one other have come to call our garden. When we drive down from our garden there is seldom room for another flower in our carriage. The top thrown back is filled, the space in front of the driver is filled, and our laps and baskets are filled with the more delicate blossoms. We look as if we were on our way to the ceremonies of Decoration Day. So we are. All June days are Decoration Days in Colorado Springs, but it is the sacred joy of life that we decorate, not the sacred sadness of death. But Mrs. Jackson, with her pleasant home, could not rest from her work. 2 novels came from her pen, Mercy Philbrick's Choice and Hetty's Strange History. It is probable also that she helped to write the beautiful and tender Saxe Holmes stories. It is said that Draxie Miller's Dowry and Esther Wynn's Love Letters were written by another, while Mrs. Jackson added the lovely poems. And when a request was made by the publishers for more stories from the same author, Mrs. Jackson was prevailed upon to write them. The time had now come for her to do her last and perhaps her best work. She could not write without a definite purpose, and now the purpose that settled down upon her heart was to help the defrauded Indians. She believed they needed education and Christianization rather than extermination. She left her home and spent 3 months in the Astor Library of New York, writing her Century of Dishonor, showing how we have despoiled the Indians and broken our treaties with them. She wrote to a friend, I cannot think of anything else from night to morning, and from morning to night." So untiringly did she work that she made herself ill, and was obliged to go to Norway, leaving a literary ally to correct the proofs of her book. At her own expense she sent a copy to each member of Congress. Its plain facts were not relished in some quarters, and she began to taste the cup that all reformers have to drink. But the brave woman never flinched in her duty. So much was the government impressed by her earnestness and good judgment, that she was appointed a special commissioner with her friend Abbot Kinney to examine and report on the condition of the mission Indians in California. Could an accomplished, tenderly reared woman go into their adobe villages and listen to their wrongs? What would the world say of its poet? Mrs. Jackson did not ask. She had a mission to perform, and the more culture, the more responsibility. She brought cheer and hope to the red men and their wives, and they called her the Queen. She wrote able articles about them in the Century. The report made by Mr. Kinney and herself, which she prepared largely, was clear and convincing. How different all this from her early life! Mrs. Jackson had become more than poet and novelist, even the leader of an oppressed people. At once, in the winter of 1883, she began to write her wonderfully graphic and tender Ramona, and into this she said, "I put my heart and soul." The book was immediately reprinted in England, and has had great popularity. She meant to do for the Indian what Mrs. Stowe did for the slave, and she lived long enough to see the great work well in progress. This true missionary work had greatly deepened the earnestness of the brilliant woman. Not always tender to other people's "hobbies," as she said, she now had one of her own, into which she was putting her life. Her horizon, with her great intellectual gifts, had now become as wide as the universe. Had she lived, how many more great questions she would have touched! In June, 1884, falling on the staircase of her Colorado home, she severely fractured her leg, and was confined to the house for several months. Then she was taken to Los Angeles, California, for the winter. The broken limb mended rapidly, but malarial fever set in, and she was carried to San Francisco. Her first remark was, as she entered the house looking out upon the broad and lovely bay, "I did not imagine it was so pleasant. What a beautiful place to die in!" To the last her letters to her friends were full of cheer. "You must not think because I speak of not getting well that I am sad over it," she wrote. "On the contrary, I am more and more relieved in my mind, and it seems to grow more and more sure that I shall die. You see that I am growing old" (she was but 54), "and I do believe that my work is done. You have never realized how, for the past 5 years, my whole soul has been centered on the Indian question. Ramona was the outcome of those 5 years. The Indian cause is on its feet now. Powerful friends are at work." To another she wrote, "I am heartily, honestly, and cheerfully ready to go. In fact, I am glad to go. My Century of Dishonor and Ramona are the only things I have done of which I am glad now. The rest is of no moment. They will live and they will bear fruit. They already have. The change in public feeling on the Indian question in the last 3 years is marvelous. An Indian Rights Association in every large city in the land." She had no fear of death. She said, "It is only just passing from one country to another. My only regret is that I have not accomplished more work, especially that it was so late in the day when I began to work in real earnest. But I do not doubt we shall keep on working. There isn't so much difference, I fancy, between this life and the next as we think, nor so much barrier. I shall look in upon you in the new rooms some day, but you will not see me. Good bye. Yours affectionately forever, H. H." 4 days before her death she wrote to President Cleveland, "From my deathbed I send you a message of heartfelt thanks for what you have already done for the Indians. I ask you to read my Century of Dishonor. I am dying happier for the belief I have that it is your hand that is destined to strike the first steady blow toward lifting this burden of infamy from our country, and righting the wrongs of the Indian race. With respect and gratitude, Helen Jackson. That same day she wrote her last touching poem. Father, I scarcely dare to pray, so clear I see, now it is done, that I have wasted half my day, and left my work but just begun. So clear I see that things I thought were right or harmless were a sin. So clear I see that I have sought unconscious, selfish aim to win. So clear I see that I have hurt the souls I might have helped to save, that I have slothful been, inert, deaf to the calls thy leaders gave. In outskirts of thy kingdoms vast, Father, the humblest spot give me. Set me the lowliest task thou hast. Let me repentant work for thee. That evening, August 8th, after saying farewell, she placed her hands in her husband's and went to sleep. After 4 days, mostly unconscious ones, she wakened in eternity. On her coffin were laid a few simple clover blossoms, flowers she loved in life, and then, near the summit of Cheyenne Mountain, 4 miles from Colorado Springs, in a spot of her own choosing, she was buried. Do not adorn with costly shrub or tree, or flower the little grave which shelters me. Let the wild wind-sown seeds grow up unharmed, and back and forth all summer unalarmed. Let all the tiny busy creatures creep, let the sweet grass its last year's tangles keep. And when, remembering me, you come some day, and stand there, speak no praise, but only say, how she loved us. It was for that she was so dear. These are the only words that I shall smile to hear. Many will stand by that Colorado grave in the years to come. Says a California friend, above the chirp of the balm cricket in the grass that hides her grave, I seem to hear sweet songs of welcome from the little ones. Among other thoughts of her come visions of a child and mother straying in fields of light. And so I cannot make her dead, who lived so earnestly, who wrought so unselfishly, and passed so trustfully into the mystery of the unseen. All honor to a woman who, with a happy home, was willing to leave it to make other homes happy; who, having suffered, tried with a sympathetic heart to forget herself and keep others from suffering; who, being famous, gladly took time to help unknown authors to win fame; who, having means, preferred a life of labor to a life of ease. Mrs. Jackson's work is still going forward. 5 editions of her Century of Dishonor have been printed since her death. Ramona is in its 30th thousand. Zeph, a touching story of frontier life in Colorado, which she finished in her last illness, has been published. Her sketches of travels have been gathered into Glimpses of 3 Coasts, and a new volume of poems, sonnets and lyrics, has appeared. End of Section 2. Recording by Jadapi. www.myaudiolibrary.blogspot.com.
Section 3 of Lives of Girls Who Became Famous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lives of Girls Who Became Famous by Sarah K. Bolton. Section 3, Lucretia Mott. Years ago, I attended, at some inconvenience, a large public meeting because I heard that Lucretia Mott was to speak. After several addresses, a slight lady with white cap and drab Quaker dress came forward. Though well in years, her eyes were bright, her smile was winsome, and I thought her face one of the loveliest I had ever looked upon. The voice was singularly sweet and clear, and the manner had such naturalness and grace as a queen might envy. I have forgotten the words, forgotten even the subject, but the benign presence and gracious smile I shall never forget. Born among the quiet scenes of Nantucket, January 3, 1793, Lucretia grew to girlhood with habits of economy, neatness, and helpfulness in the home. Her father, Thomas Coffin, was a sea captain of staunch principle; her mother a woman of great energy, wit, and good sense. The children's pleasures were such as a plain country home afforded. When Mrs. Coffin went to visit her neighbors, she would say to her daughters, "Now after you have finished knitting 20 bouts, you may go down the cellar and pick out as many as you want of the smallest potatoes, the very smallest, and roast them in the ashes." Then the 6 little folks gathered about the fireplace and enjoyed a frolic. When Lucretia was 12 years old, the family moved to Boston. At first all the children attended a private school, but Captain Coffin, fearing this would make them proud, removed them to a public school where they could mingle with classes without distinction. Years after, Lucretia said, "I am glad, because it gave me a feeling of sympathy for the patient and struggling poor, which, but for this experience, I might never have known." A year later, she was sent to a friend's boarding school at 9 Partners, New York. Both boys and girls attended this school, but were not permitted to speak to each other unless they were near relatives. If so, they could talk a little on certain days over a certain corner of the fence between the playgrounds. Such grave precautions did not entirely prevent the acquaintance of the young people, for when a lad was shut up in a closet on bread and water, Lucretia and her sister supplied him with bread and butter under the door. This boy was a cousin of the teacher, James Mott, who was fond of the quick-witted schoolgirl, so that it is probable that no harm came to her from breaking the rules. At 15, Lucretia was appointed an assistant teacher, and she and Mr. Mott, with a desire to know more of literature, and quite possibly more of each other, began to study French together. He was tall, with light hair and blue eyes, and shy in manner; she petite, with dark hair and eyes, quick in thought and action, and fond of mirth. When she was 18 and James 21, the young teachers were married, and both went to her father's home in Philadelphia to reside, he assisting in Mr. Coffin's business. The War of 1812 brought financial failure to many, and young Mott soon found himself with a wife and infant daughter to support, and no work. Hoping that he could obtain a situation with an uncle in New York State, he took his family thither, but came back disappointed. Finally, he found work in a plow store at a salary of $600 a year. Captain Coffin, meantime, had died, leaving his family poor. James could do so little for them all with his limited salary that he determined to open a small store, but the experiment proved a failure. His health began to be affected by this ill success, when Lucretia, with her brave heart, said, "My cousin and I will open a school. Thee must not get discouraged, James." The school was opened with 4 pupils, each paying $7 a quarter. The young wife put so much good cheer and earnestness into her work that soon there were 40 pupils in the school. Mr. Mott's prospects now brightened, for he was earning $1,000 a year. The young couple were happy in their hard work, for they loved each other, and love lightens all care and labor. But soon a sorrow worse than poverty came. Their only son, Thomas, a most affectionate child, died, saying with his last breath, "I love thee, mother." It was a crushing blow, but it proved a blessing in the end, leading her thoughts heavenward. A few months afterward, her voice was heard for the first time in public, in prayer, in one of the Friends' meetings. The words were simple, earnest, eloquent. The good Quakers marveled, and encouraged the gift. They did not ask whether man or woman brought the message, so it came from heaven. And now, at 25, having resigned her position as teacher, she began close study of the Bible and theological books. She had 4 children to care for, did all her sewing, even cutting and making her own dresses. But she learned what everyone can learn, to economize time. Her house was kept scrupulously clean. She says, "I omitted much unnecessary stitching and ornamental work in the sewing for my family, so that I might have more time for the improvement of my mind. For novels and light reading I never had much taste. The ladies' department in the periodicals of the day had no attraction for me." She would lay a copy of William Penn's ponderous volumes open at the foot of her bed, and drawing her chair close to it, with her baby on her lap, would study the book diligently. A woman of less energy and less will power than young Mrs. Mott would have given up all hope of being a scholar. She read the best books in philosophy and science. John Stuart Mill and Dean Stanley, though widely different, were among her favorite authors. James Mott was now prospering in the cotton business, so that they could spare time to go in their carriage and speak at the Quaker meetings in the surrounding country. Lucretia would be so absorbed in thought as not to notice the beauties of the landscape, which her husband always greatly enjoyed. Pointing out a fine view to her, she replied, "Yes, it is beautiful now that thou points it out, but I should not have noticed it. I have always taken more interest in human nature." From a child she was deeply interested for the slave. She had read in her school books Clarkson's description of the slave ships, and these left an impression never to be effaced. When, December 4, 1833, a convention met in Philadelphia for the purpose of forming the American Anti-Slavery Society, Lucretia Mott was one of the 4 women who braved the social obloquy as friends of the despised abolitionists. She spoke and was listened to with attention. Immediately, the Philadelphia Female Anti-Slavery Society was formed, and Mrs. Mott became its president and its inspiration. So unheard of a thing was an association of women, and so unaccustomed were they to the methods of organization, that they were obliged to call a colored man to the chair to assist them. The years of martyrdom which followed, we at this day can scarcely realize. Anti-slavery lecturers were tarred and feathered. Mobs in New York and Philadelphia swarmed the streets, burning houses and breaking church windows. In the latter city they surrounded the hall of the abolitionists, where the women were holding a large convention, and Mrs. Mott was addressing them. All day long they cursed and threw stones, and as soon as the women left the building, they burned it to ashes. Then, wrought up to fury, the mob started for the house of James and Lucretia Mott. Knowing that they were coming, the calm woman sent her little children away, and then, in the parlor, with a few friends, peacefully awaited a probable death. In the turbulent throng was a young man who, while he was no friend of the colored man, could not see Lucretia Mott harmed. With skillful ruse, as they neared the house, he rushed up another street, shouting at the top of his voice, "On to the Motts!" And the wild crowd blindly followed, wreaking their vengeance in another quarter. A year later, in Delaware, where Mrs. Mott was speaking, one of her party, a defenseless old man, was dragged from the house and tarred and feathered. She followed, begging the men to desist, and saying that she was the real offender, but no violent hands were laid upon her. At another time, when the annual meeting of the Anti-Slavery Society in New York was broken up by the mob, some of the speakers were roughly handled. Perceiving that several ladies were timid, Mrs. Mott said to the gentleman who was accompanying her, "Won't thee look after some of the others?" "But who will take care of you?" he said. With great tact and a sweet smile, she answered, "This man," laying her hand on the arm of one of the roughest of the mob. "He will see me safely through." The astonished man had, like others, a tender heart beneath the roughness, and with respectful manner took her to a place of safety. The next day, going into a restaurant, she saw the leader of the mob, and immediately sat down by him and began to converse. Her kindness and her sweet voice left a deep impression. As he went out of the room, he asked at the door, "Who is that lady?" "Why, that is Lucretia Mott." For a second he was dumbfounded, but he added, "Well, she's a good sensible woman." In 1839, a World's Convention was called at London to debate the slavery question. Among the delegates chosen were James and Lucretia Mott, Wendell Phillips and his wife, and others. Mrs. Mott was jubilant at the thought of the world's interest in this great question, and glad for an opportunity to cross the ocean and enjoy a little rest, and the pleasure of meeting friends who had worked in the same cause. When the party arrived, they were told to their astonishment that no women were to be admitted to the convention as delegates. They had faced mobs and ostracism, they had given money and earnest labor, but they were to be ignored. William Lloyd Garrison, hurt at such injustice, refused to take part in the convention and sat in the gallery with the women. Although Mrs. Mott did not speak in the assembly, the Dublin Herald said, "Nobody doubts that she was the lioness of the convention." She was entertained at public breakfasts, and at these spoke with the greatest acceptance to both men and women. The Duchess of Sutherland and Lady Byron showed her great attention. Carlyle was "much pleased with the Quaker lady, whose quiet manner had a soothing effect on him," wrote Mrs. Carlyle to a friend. At Glasgow she "held a delighted audience for nearly 2 hours in breathless attention," said the press. After some months of devoted Christian work, along with sightseeing, Mr. and Mrs. Mott started homeward. He had spoken less frequently than his wife, but always had been listened to with deep interest. Her heart was moved toward a large number of Irish emigrants in the steerage, and she desired to hold a religious meeting among them. When asked about it, they said they would not hear a woman preacher, for women priests were not allowed in their church. Then she asked that they would come together and consider whether they would have a meeting. This seemed fair, and they came. She expressed to them that she did not intend to hold a church service, that, as they were leaving their old homes and seeking new ones in her country, she wanted to talk with them in such a way as would help them in the land of strangers. And then, if they would listen, they were all the time listening very eagerly, she would give an outline of what she had intended to say if the meeting had been held. At the close, when all had departed, it dawned upon some of the quicker-witted ones that they had got the preachment from the woman preacher after all. The steamer arrived at the close of a 29 days' voyage, and after a brief rest, Mrs. Mott began again her public work. She spoke before the legislatures of New Jersey, Delaware, and Pennsylvania. She called on President Tyler, and he talked with her cordially and freely about the slave. In Kentucky, says one of the leading papers, for an hour and a half she enchained an ordinarily restless audience, many were standing, to a degree never surpassed here by the most popular orators. She said some things that were far from palatable, but said them with an air of sincerity that commanded respect and attention. Mrs. Mott was deeply interested in other questions besides slavery: suffrage for women, total abstinence, and national differences settled by arbitration instead of war. Years before, when she began to teach school and found that while girls paid the same tuition as boys, when they became teachers women received only half as much as men for their services, she says, "The injustice of this distinction was so apparent that I early resolved to claim for myself all that an impartial Creator had bestowed." In 1848, Mrs. Mott, with Elizabeth Cady Stanton and some others, called the first women's suffrage convention in this country, at Seneca Falls, New York. There was much ridicule. We had not learned, 40 years ago, to treat with courtesy those whose opinions are different from our own. But the sweet Quaker preacher went serenely forward, as though all the world were on her side. When she conversed with those who differed, she listened so courteously to objections, and stated her own views so delicately and kindly, and often so wittily, that none could help liking her, even though they did not agree with her. She realized that few can be driven, while many can be won, with gentleness and tact. In all these years of public speaking, her home was not only a refuge for the oppressed, but a delightful social center where prominent people gathered from both Europe and America. At the table, black and white were treated with equal courtesy. One young man, a frequent visitor, finding himself seated at dinner next to a colored man, resolved to keep away from the house in future, but as he was in love with one of Mrs. Mott's pretty daughters, he found that his principles gave way to his affections. He renewed his visits, became a son-in-law, and later an ardent advocate of equality for the colored people. Now the guests at the hospitable home were a mother and 7 children from England, who, meeting with disappointment, had become reduced to poverty. Now it was an escaped slave who had come from Richmond, Virginia, in a dry goods box by Adams Express. This poor man, whose wife and 3 children had been sold from him, determined to seek his freedom even if he died in the effort. Weighing nearly 200 pounds, he was encased in a box 2 feet long, 23 inches wide, and 3 feet high, in a sitting posture. He was provided with a few crackers and a bladder filled with water. With a small gimlet he bored holes in the box to let in fresh air, and fanned himself with his hat to keep the air in motion. The box was covered with canvas, that no one might suspect its contents. His sufferings were almost unbearable. As the box was tossed from one place to another, he was badly bruised, and sometimes he rested for miles on his head and shoulders, when it seemed as though his veins would burst. Finally he reached the Mott home, and found shelter and comfort. Their large house was always full. Mr. Mott had given up a prosperous cotton business, because the cotton was the product of slave labor, but he had been equally successful in the wool trade, so that the days of privation had passed by long ago. 2 of their 6 children, with their families, lived at home, and the harmony was remarked by everybody. Mrs. Mott rose early, and did much housework herself. She wrote to a friend, "I prepared mince for 40 pies, doing every part myself, even to meat chopping, picked over lots of apples, stewed a quantity, chopped some more, and made apple pudding, all of which kept me on my feet till almost 2 o'clock, having to come into the parlor every now and then to receive guests. As a rule, those women are the best housekeepers whose lives are varied by some outside interests. In the broad hall of the house stood 2 armchairs, which the children called beggars' chairs, because they were in constant use for all sorts of people waiting to see the missus. She never refused to see anybody. When letters came from all over the country asking for all sorts of favors, bedding, silver spoons, a silk umbrella, or begging her to invest some money in the manufacture of an article warranted to take the kink out of the hair of the Negro, she would always check the merriment of her family by saying, "Don't laugh too much, the poor souls meant well." Mrs. Mott was now 63 years of age. For 40 years she had been seen and loved by thousands. Strangers would stop her on the street and say, "God bless you, Lucretia Mott." Once, when a slave was being tried for running away, Mrs. Mott sat near him in the court, her son-in-law, Mr. Edward Hopper, defending his case. The opposing counsel asked that her chair might be moved, as her face would influence the jury against him. Benjamin H. Brewster, afterwards United States Attorney General, also counsel for the Southern master, said, "I have heard a great deal of your mother-in-law, Hopper, but I never saw her before today. She is an angel." Years after, when Mr. Brewster was asked how he dared to change his political opinions, he replied, "Do you think there is anything I dare not do after facing Lucretia Mott in that courtroom?" It seemed best at this time, in 1856, as Mrs. Mott was much worn with care, to sell the large house in town and move 8 miles into the country, to a quaint, roomy house which they called Roadside. Before they went, however, at the last family gathering a long poem was read, ending with, "Who constantly will ring the bell and ask if they will please to tell where Mrs. Mott has gone to dwell? The beggars. And who persistently will say, we cannot go away, here in the entry let us stay? Colored beggars. Who never, never, never more will see the lions at the door that they've so often seen before? The neighbors. And who will miss, for months at least, that place of rest for man and beast, from north and south and west and east? Everybody." Much of the shrubbery was cut down at Roadside, that Mrs. Mott might have the full sunlight. So cheery a nature must have sunshine. Here life went on quietly and happy. Many papers and books were on her table, and she read carefully and widely. She loved especially Milton and Cowper. Arnold's Light of Asia was a great favorite in later years. The papers were sent to hospitals and infirmaries, that no good reading might be lost. She liked to read aloud, and if others were busy, she would copy extracts to read to them when they were at leisure. Who can measure the power of an educated, intellectual mother in a home? The golden wedding of Mr. and Mrs. Mott was celebrated in 1861, and a joyous season it was. James, the prosperous merchant, was proud of his gifted wife and aided her in every way possible, while Lucretia loved and honored the true-hearted husband. Though Mrs. Mott was now 70, she did not cease her benevolent work. Her carriage was always full of fruits, vegetables, and gifts for the poor. In buying goods, she traded usually with the small stores, where things were dearer, but she knew that for many of the proprietors it was a struggle to make ends meet. A woman so considerate of others would of course be loved. Once, when riding on the streetcars in Philadelphia, when no black person was allowed to ride inside, every 5th car being reserved for their use, she saw a frail-looking and scantily dressed colored woman standing on the platform in the rain. The day was bitter cold, and Mrs. Mott begged the conductor to allow her to come inside. "The company's orders must be obeyed," was the reply. Whereupon the slight Quaker lady of 70 walked out and stood beside the colored woman. It would never do to have the famous Mrs. Mott seen in the rain on his car, so the conductor, in his turn, went out and begged her to come in. "I cannot go in without this woman," said Mrs. Mott quietly. Nonplussed for a moment, he looked at the kindly face and said, "Oh, well, bring her in, then." Soon the "company's orders" were changed in the interests of humanity, and colored people as well as white enjoy their civil rights, as becomes a great nation. With all this beauty of character, Lucretia Mott had her trials. Somewhat early in life she and her husband had joined the so-called Unitarian branch of Quakers, and for this they were persecuted. So deep was the sectarian feeling that once, when suffering from acute neuralgia, a physician who knew her well, when called to attend her, said, "Lucretia, I am so deeply afflicted by thy rebellious spirit that I do not feel I can prescribe for thee," and he left her to her sufferings. Such lack of toleration reads very strangely at this day. In 1868, Mr. Mott and his wife, the one 80 and the other 75, went to Brooklyn, New York, to visit their grandchildren. He was taken ill of pneumonia, and expressed a wish to go home, but added, "I suppose I shall die here, and then I shall be at home. It is just as well." Mrs. Mott watched with him through the night, and at last, becoming weary, laid her head upon his pillow and went to sleep. In the morning, the daughter coming in, found the one resting from weariness, the other resting forever. At the request of several colored men, who respected their benefactor, Mr. Mott was borne to his grave by their hands. Thus ended for this world what one who knew them well called the most perfect wedded life to be found on earth. Mrs. Mott said, "James and I loved each other more than ever since we worked together for a great cause." She carried out the old couplet, "And be this thy pride, what but few have done, to hold fast the love which thou hast early won." After his death, she wrote to a friend, "I do not mourn, but rather remember my blessings, and the blessing of his long life with me." For 12 years more she lived and did her various duties. She had seen the slave freed, and was thankful. The other reforms for which she labored were progressing. At 85 she still spoke in the great meetings. Each Christmas she carried turkeys, pies, and a gift for each man and woman at the Aged Colored Home in Philadelphia, driving 20 miles there and back. Each year she sent a box of candy to each conductor and brakeman on the North Pennsylvania Railroad, because, she said, they never let me lift out my bundles, but catch them up so quickly, and they all seem to know me. Finally, the time came for her to go to meet James. As the end drew near, she seemed to think that she was conducting her own funeral, and said, as though addressing an audience, "If you resolve to follow the Lamb wherever you may be led, you will find all the ways pleasant and the paths peace. Let me go. Do take me." There was a large and almost silent funeral at the house, and at the cemetery several thousand persons were gathered. When friends were standing by the open grave, a low voice said, "Will no one say anything?" And another responded, "Who can speak? The preacher is dead." Memorial services were held in various cities. For such a woman as Lucretia Mott, with cultured mind, noble heart, and holy purpose, there are no sex limitations. Her field is the world. Those who desire to know more of this gifted woman will find it in a most interesting volume, Lives of James and Lucretia Mott, written by their granddaughter, Anna Davis Hallowell, West Medford, Massachusetts. End of section 3. Recording by Linnell Yoder.
Section 4 of Lives of Girls Who Became Famous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jadapi. Lives of Girls Who Became Famous by Sarah K. Bolton. Section 4. Mary A. Livermore. When a nation passes through a great struggle, like our Civil War, great leaders are developed. Had it not been for this, probably Mrs. Livermore, like many other noble women, would be today living quietly in some pleasant home, doing the common duties of everyday life. She would not be the famous lecturer, the gifted writer, the leader of the Sanitary Commission in the West, a brilliant illustration of the work a woman may do in the world, and still retain the truest womanliness. She was born in Boston, descended from ancestors who for 6 generations had been Welsh preachers, and reared by parents of the strictest Calvinistic faith. Mr. Rice, her father, was a man of honesty and integrity, while the mother was a woman of remarkable judgment and common sense. Mary was an eager scholar, and a great favorite in school, because she took the part of all the poor children. If a little boy or girl was a cripple, or wore shabby clothes, or had scanty dinners, or was ridiculed, he or she found an earnest friend and defender in the courageous girl. So fond was she of the 5 children in the home, younger than herself, and so much did she take upon herself the responsibility of their conversion, that when but 10 years old, unable to sleep, she would rise from her bed and waken her father and mother that they might pray for the sisters. "It's no matter about me," she would say. "If they are saved, I can bear anything." Mature in thought and caretaking beyond her years, she was still fond of out of door sports and merry times. Sliding on the ice was her especial delight. One day, after a full hour's fun in the bracing air, she rushed into the house, the blood tingling in every vein, exclaiming, "It's splendid sliding!" "Yes," replied the father, "it's good fun, but wretched for shoes." All at once the young girl saw how hard it was for her parents to buy shoes, with their limited means, and from that day to this she never slid upon the ice. There were few playthings in the simple home, but her chief pastime was in holding meetings in her father's woodshed with the other children. Great logs were laid out for benches, and split sticks were set upon them for people. Mary was always the leader, both in praying and preaching, and the others were good listeners. Mrs. Rice would be so much amused at the queer scene that a smile would creep over her face, but Mr. Rice would look on reverently and say, "I wish you had been a boy. You could have been trained for the ministry." When she was 12 years old she began to be eager to earn something. She could not bear to see her father work so hard for her. Alas, how often young women twice 12 allow their father's hair to grow white from overwork, because they think society will look down upon them if they labor. Is work more a disgrace to a girl than a boy? Not at all. Unfortunate is the young man who marries a girl who is either afraid or ashamed to work. Though not fond of sewing, Mary decided to learn dressmaking, because this would give her self support. For 3 months she worked in a shop, that she might learn the trade, and then she stayed 3 months longer and earned 37 cents a day. As this seemed meager, she looked about her for more work. Going to a clothing establishment, she asked for a dozen red flannel shirts to make. The proprietor might have wondered who the child was, but he trusted her honest face, and gave her the bundle. She was to receive 6 1/4 cents apiece, and to return them on a certain day. Working night after night, sometimes till the early morning hours, she was able to finish only half at the time specified. On that day a man came to the door and asked, "Does Mary Rice live here?" The mother had gone to the door and answered in the affirmative. "Well, she took a dozen red flannel shirts from my shop to make, and she ain't returned them." "It can't be my daughter," said Mrs. Rice. The man was sure he had the right number, but he looked perplexed. Just then Mary, who was in the sitting room, appeared on the scene. "Yes, mother, I got these shirts of the man." "You promised to get 'em done, miss," he said, "and we are in a great hurry." "You shall have the shirts tomorrow night," said Mrs. Rice. After the man left the house, the mother burst into tears, saying, "We are not so poor as that. My dear child, what is to become of you if you take all the cares of the world upon your shoulders?" When the work was done and the 75 cents received, Mary would take only half of it, because she had earned but half. A brighter day was dawning for Mary Rice. A little later, longing for an education, Dr. Neal, their good minister, encouraged and assisted her to go to the Charlestown Female Seminary. Before the term closed, one of the teachers died, and the bright, earnest pupil was asked to fill the vacancy. She accepted, reciting out of school to fit herself for her classes, earning enough by her teaching to pay her way, and taking the 4 years' course in 2 years. Before she was 20 she taught 2 years on a Virginia plantation as a governess, and came North with $600 and a good supply of clothes. Probably she has never felt so rich since that day. She was now asked to take charge of the Duxbury High School, where she became an inspiration to her scholars. Even the dullest learned under her enthusiasm. She took long walks to keep up her health and spirits, thus making her body as vigorous as her heart was sympathetic. It was not to be wondered at that the bright young teacher had many admirers. Who ever knew an educated, genial girl who was not a favorite with young men? It is a libel on the sex to think that they prefer ignorant or idle girls. Among those who saw the beauty of character and the mental power of Miss Rice was a young minister, whose church was near her schoolhouse. The first time she attended his services he preached from the text, "And thou shalt call his name Jesus, for he shall save his people from their sins." Her sister had died, and the family were in sorrow, but this gospel of love which he preached with no allusion to eternal punishment was full of comfort. What was the minister's surprise to have the young lady ask to take home the sermon and read it, and afterward some of his theological books. What was the teacher's surprise, a little later, to find that while she was interested in his sermons and books, he had become interested in her. The sequel can be guessed easily. She became the wife of Rev. D.P. Livermore at 23. He had idolized his mother, very naturally, with deep reverence for woman. He would make a devoted husband. For 15 years the intelligent wife aided him in editing the New Covenant, a religious paper published in Chicago, in which city they had made their home. Her writings were always clear, strong, and helpful. 3 children had been born into their home, and life, with its cares and its work, was a very happy one. But the time came for the quiet life to be entirely changed. In 1861 the nation found itself plunged into war. The slave question was to be settled once for all at the point of the bayonet. Like every other true-hearted woman, Mrs. Livermore had been deeply stirred by passing events. When Abraham Lincoln's call for 75,000 men was eagerly responded to, she was in Boston, and saw the troops, all unused to hardships, start for the battlefields. The streets were crowded with tens of thousands. Bells rung, bands played, and women smiled and said good-bye when their hearts were breaking. After the train moved out of the station, 4 women fainted. Nature could no longer bear the terrible strain. Mrs. Livermore helped restore the women to consciousness. She had no sons to send, but when such partings were seen and such sorrows were in the future, she could not rest. What could women do to help in the dreadful struggle? A meeting of New York ladies was called, which resulted in the formation of an aid society, pledging loyalty to the government, and promising assistance to soldiers and their families. 2 gentlemen were sent to Washington to ask what work could be done, but word came back that there was no place for women at the front, nor no need for them in the hospitals. Such words were worse than wasted on American women. Since the day when men and women together breasted the storms of New England in the Mayflower, and together planted a new civilization, together they have worked side by side in all great matters. They were untiring in the Revolutionary War. They worked faithfully in the dark days of anti-slavery agitation, taking their very lives in their hands. And now their husbands and sons and brothers had gone from their homes. They would die on battlefields and in lonely camps untended, and the women simply said, "Some of us must follow our best beloved." The United States Sanitary Commission was soon organized, for working in hospitals, looking after camps, and providing comforts for the soldiers. Branch associations were formed in 10 large cities. The great Northwestern branch was put under the leadership of Mrs. Livermore and Mrs. A.H. Hodge. Useful things began to pour in from all over the country, fruits, clothing, bedding, and all needed comforts for the army. Then Mrs. Livermore, now a woman of 40, with great executive ability, warm heart, courage, and perseverance, with a few others, went to Washington to talk with President Lincoln. "Can no women go to the front?" they asked. "No civilian, either man or woman, is permitted by law," said Mr. Lincoln. But the great heart of the greatest man in America was superior to the law, and he placed not a straw in their way. He was in favor of anything which helped the men who fought and bled for their country. Mrs. Livermore's first broad experience in the war was after the battle of Fort Donelson. There were no hospitals for the men, and the wounded were hauled down the hillside in rough board Tennessee wagons, most of them dying before they reached St. Louis. Some poor fellows lay with the frozen earth around them, chopped out after lying in the mud from Saturday morning until Sunday evening. One blue-eyed lad of 19, with both legs and both arms shattered, when asked, "How did it happen that you were left so long?" said, "Why, you see, they couldn't stop to bother with us, because they had to take the fort. When they took it, we forgot our sufferings, and all over the battlefield cheers went up from the wounded, and even from the dying." At the rear of the battlefields, the Sanitary Commission now began to keep its wagons with hot soup and hot coffee, women, fitly chosen, always joining in this work in the midst of danger. After the first repulse at Vicksburg, there was great sickness and suffering. The Commission sent Mrs. Hodge, two gentlemen accompanying her, with a boat load of supplies for the sick. One emaciated soldier, to whom she gave a little package of white sugar, with a lemon, some green tea, 2 herrings, 2 onions, and some pepper, said, "Is that all for me?" She bowed assent. She says, "He covered his pinched face with his thin hands, and burst into a low, sobbing cry. I laid my hands upon his shoulder, and said, 'Why do you weep?' 'God bless the women,' he sobbed out. 'What should we do but for them? I came from father's farm, where all knew plenty. I've lain sick these 3 months. I've seen no woman's face, nor heard her voice, nor felt her warm hand, till today, and it unmans me. But don't think I rue my bargain, for I don't. I've suffered much and long, but don't let them know at home. Maybe I'll never have a chance to tell them how much, but I'd go through it all for the old flag." Shortly after, accompanied by an officer, she went into the rifle pits. The heat was stifling, and the Minnie balls were whizzing. "Why, madam, where do you come from? Did you drop from heaven into these rifle pits? You are the first lady we have seen here." And then the voice was choked with tears. "I have come from your friends at home, and bring messages of love and honor. I have come to bring you the comforts we owe you, and love to give. I've come to see if you received what they send you," she replied. "Do they think as much of us as that? Why, boys, we can fight another year on that, can't we?" "Yes, yes!" they cried, and almost every hand was raised to brush away the tears. She made them a kindly talk, shook the hard, honest hands, and said good bye. "Madam," said the officer, "promise me that you'll visit my regiment tomorrow. 'Twould be worth a victory to them. You don't know what good a lady's visit to the army does. These men whom you have seen today will talk of your visit for 6 months to come. Around the fires, in the rifle pits, in the dark night, or on the march, they will repeat your words, describe your looks, voice, size, and dress, and all agree in one respect, that you look like an angel, and exactly like each man's wife or mother. Ah, was there no work for women to do?" The Sanitary and Christian Commissions expended about $50 millions during the war, and of this the women raised a generous portion. Each battle cost the Sanitary Commission about $75,000, and the battle of Gettysburg $500,000. Mrs. Livermore was one of the most efficient helpers in raising this money. She went among the people and solicited funds and supplies of every kind. One night it was arranged that she should speak in Dubuque, Iowa, that the people of that state might hear directly from their soldiers at the front. When she arrived, instead of finding a few women as she had expected, a large church was packed with both men and women eager to listen. The governor of the state and other officials were present. She had never spoken in a mixed assembly. Her conservative training made her shrink from it, and unfortunately made her feel incapable of doing it. "I cannot speak," she said to the women who had asked her to come. Disappointed and disheartened, they finally arranged with a prominent statesman to jot down the facts from her lips, and then, as best he could, tell to the audience the experiences of the woman who had been on battlefields, amid the wounded and dying. Just as they were about to go upon the platform, the gentleman said, "Mrs. Livermore, I have heard you say at the front that you would give your all for the soldiers, a foot, a hand, or a voice. Now is the time to give your voice, if you wish to do good." She meditated a moment, and then she said, "I will try." When she arose to speak, the sea of faces before her seemed blurred. She was talking into blank darkness. She could not even hear her own voice. But as she went on, and the needs of the soldiers crowded upon her mind, she forgot all fear, and for 2 hours held the audience spellbound. Men and women wept, and patriotism filled every heart. At 11 o'clock $8,000 were pledged, and then, at the suggestion of the presiding officer, they remained until 1 o'clock to perfect plans for a fair, from which they cleared $60,000. After this, Mrs. Livermore spoke in hundreds of towns, helping to organize many of the more than 12,500 aid societies formed during 18 months. As money became more and more needed, Mrs. Livermore decided to try a sanitary commission fair in Chicago. The women said, "We will raise $25,000," but the men laughed at such an impossibility. The farmers were visited and solicited to give vegetables and grain, while the cities were not forgotten. 14 of Chicago's largest halls were hired. The women had gone into debt $10,000, and the men of the city began to think they were crazy. The Board of Trade called upon them and advised that the fair be given up, the debts should be paid, and the men would give the $25,000, when in their judgment it was needed. The women thanked them courteously, but pushed forward in the work. It had been arranged that the farmers should come on the opening day, in a procession, with their gifts of vegetables. Of this plan the newspapers made great sport, calling it the "Potato Procession." The day came. The school children had a holiday, the bells were rung, 100 guns were fired, and the whole city gathered to see the "Potato Procession." Finally it arrived, great loads of cabbages, onions, and over 4,000 bushels of potatoes. The wagons each bore a motto, draped in black, with the words, "We buried a son at Donelson," "Our father lies at Stone River," and other similar ones. The flags on the horses' heads were bound with black. The women who rode beside a husband or son were dressed in deep mourning. When the procession stopped before Mrs. Livermore's house, the jeers were over, and the dense crowd wept like children. 6 of the public halls were filled with beautiful things for sale, while 8 were closed so that no other attraction might compete with the fair. Instead of $25,000, the women cleared $100,000. Then Cincinnati followed with the fair, making $225,000. Boston, $380,000. New York, $1,000,000, and Philadelphia, $200,000 more than New York. The women had found that there was work enough for them to do. Mrs. Livermore was finally ordered to make a tour of the hospitals and military posts on the Mississippi River, and here her aid was invaluable. It required a remarkable woman to undertake such a work. At one point she found 23 men sick and wounded, whose regiments had left them, and who could not be discharged because they had no descriptive lists. She went at once to General Grant and said, "General, if you will give me authority to do so, I will agree to take these 23 wounded men home." The officials respected the noble woman, and the red tape of army life was broken for her sake. When the desolate company arrived in Chicago on Saturday, the last train had left which could have taken a Wisconsin soldier home. She took him to the hotel, had a fire made for him, and called a doctor. "Pull him through till Monday, doctor," she said, "and I'll get him home." Then to the lad, "You shall have a nurse, and Monday morning I will go with you to your mother." "Oh, don't go away," he pleaded. "I never shall see you again." "Well, then, I'll go home and see my family, and come back in 2 hours. The door shall be left open, and I'll put this bell beside you, so that the chambermaid will come when you ring." He consented, and Mrs. Livermore came back in 2 hours. The soldier's face was turned toward the door, as though waiting for her, but he was dead. He had gone home, but not to Wisconsin. After the close of the war, so eager were the people to hear her, that she entered the lecture field, and has for years held the foremost place among women as a public speaker. She lectures 5 nights a week, for 5 months, traveling 25,000 miles annually. Her fine voice, womanly, dignified manner, and able thought have brought crowded houses before her year after year. She has earned money and spent it generously for others. The energy and conscientiousness of little Mary Rice have borne their legitimate fruit. Every year touching incidents came up concerning the war days. Once, after she had spoken at Fabian's American Institute of Instruction, a military man, 6 feet tall, came up to her and said, "Do you remember at Memphis coming over to the officers' hospital?" "Yes," said Mrs. Livermore. While the officers were paid salaries, very often the paymasters could not find them when ill, and for months they would not have a penny, not even receiving army rations. Mrs. Livermore found many in great need, and carried them from the Sanitary Commission blankets, medicine, and food. Milk was greatly desired, and almost impossible to be obtained. One day she came into the wards, and said with a certain portion of the sick, "Could have 2 goblets of milk for every meal." "Do you remember," said the tall man, who was then a major, "that one man cried bitterly and said, 'I want 2 glasses of milk,' and that you patted him on the head as he lay on his cot, and that the man said, as he thought of the dear ones at home whom he might not see again, 'Could you kiss me?' and the noble woman bent down and kissed him? I am that man, and God bless you for your kindness." Mrs. Livermore wears on her 3rd finger a plain gold ring, which has a touching history. After lecturing recently at Albion, Michigan, a woman came up who had driven 8 miles to thank her for a letter written for John, her son, as he was dying in the hospital. The first 4 lines were dictated by the dying soldier. Then death came, and Mrs. Livermore finished the message. The faded letter had been kept for 20 years, and copies made of it. "Annie, my son's wife," said the mother, "never got over John's death. She kept about and worked, but the life had gone out of her. 8 years ago she died. One day she said, 'Mother, if you ever find Mrs. Livermore, or hear of her, I wish you would give her my wedding ring, which has never been off my finger since John put it there. Ask her to wear it for John's sake and mine, and tell her this was my dying request.'" With tears in the eyes of both giver and receiver, Mrs. Livermore held out her hand, and the mother placed on the finger this memento of 2 precious lives. Mrs. Livermore has spent 10 years in the temperance reform. While she has shown the dreadful results of the liquor traffic, she has been kind both in word and deed. Some time ago, passing along a Boston street, she saw a man in the ditch, and a poor woman bending over him. "Who is he?" she asked of the woman. "He's my husband, ma'am. He's a good man when he's sober, and earns $4 a day in the foundry. I keep a saloon." Mrs. Livermore called a hack. "Will you carry this man to number—" "No, madam, he's too dirty. I won't soil my carriage." "Oh," pleaded the wife, "I'll clean it all up for you if you'll take him," and pulling off her dress skirt she tried to wrap it around her husband. Stepping to a saloon near by, Mrs. Livermore asked the men to come out and help lift him. At first they laughed, but were soon made ashamed when they saw that a lady was assisting. The drunken man was gotten upon his feet, wrapped in his wife's clothing, put into the hack, and then Mrs. Livermore and the wife got in beside him, and he was taken home. The next day the Good Samaritan called and brought the priest from whom the man took the pledge, A changed family was the result. Her life is filled with thousands of acts of kindness, on the cars, in poor homes, and in various charitable institutions. She is the author of 2 or more books, "What Shall We Do with Our Daughters?" and "Reminiscences of the War," but her especial power has been her eloquent words, spoken all over the country, in pulpits, before colleges, in city and country, from the Atlantic to the Pacific coast. Like Abraham Lincoln, who said, "I go for all sharing the privileges of the government, who assist in bearing its burdens, but no means excluding women." She has advocated the enfranchisement of her sex, along with her other work. Now past 60, her active, earnest life, in contact with the people, has kept her young in heart and in looks. A great authority on what constitutes beauty complains that the majority of women acquire a dull, vacant expression towards middle life, which makes them positively plain. He attributes it to their neglect of all mental culture, their lives having settled down to a monotonous routine of housekeeping, visiting, gossip, and shopping. Their thoughts become monotonous too, for though these things are all good enough in their way, they are powerless to keep up any mental life or any activity of thought. Mrs. Livermore has been an inspiration to girls to make the most of themselves and their opportunities. She has been an ideal of womanhood, not only to "the boys" on the battlefields, but to tens of thousands who are fighting the scarcely less heroic battles of everyday life. May it be many years before she shall go out forever from her restful, happy home at Melrose, Massachusetts. Mrs. Livermore died at her home, May 23, 1905, at 8 A.M., of bronchitis. She was in her 84th year, and had survived her husband 6 years. When her funeral services were held, the schools of Melrose closed, business was suspended, bells were tolled, and flags floated at half mast. She was an active member of 37 clubs. The degree of Doctor of Laws was conferred upon her in 1896 by Tufts College. End of section 4. Recording by Jadopy. www.myaudiolibrary.blogspot.com.
Section 5 of Lives of Girls Who Became Famous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sherry Gardner. Lives of Girls Who Became Famous by Sarah K. Bolton. Section 5. Margaret Fuller Ouseley. Margaret Fuller, in some respects the most remarkable of American women, lived a pathetic life and died a tragic death. Without money and without beauty, she became the idol of an immense circle of friends. Men and women were alike her devotees. It is the old story, that the woman of brain makes lasting conquests of hearts, while the pretty face holds its sway only for a month or a year. Margaret, born in Cambridgeport, Massachusetts, May 23, 1810, was the oldest child of a scholarly lawyer, Mr. Timothy Fuller, and of a sweet-tempered, devoted mother. The father, with small means, had one absorbing purpose in life: to see that each of his children was finely educated. To do this, and make ends meet, was a struggle. His daughter said years after, in writing of him, "His love for my mother was the green spot on which he stood apart from the commonplaces of a mere bread-winning existence. She was one of those fair and flower-like natures which sometimes spring up even beside the most dusty highways of life. Of all persons whom I have known, she had in her most of the angelic, of that spontaneous love for every living thing, for man and beast and tree, which restores the golden age." Very fond of his oldest child, Margaret, the father determined that she should be as well educated as his boys. In those days there were no colleges for girls, and none where they might enter with their brothers, so that Mr. Fuller was obliged to teach his daughter after the wearing work of the day. The bright child began to read Latin at 6, but was necessarily kept up late for the recitation. When a little later she was walking in her sleep and dreaming strange dreams, he did not see that he was overtaxing both her body and brain. When the lessons had been learned, she would go into the library and read eagerly. One Sunday afternoon, when she was 8 years old, she took down Shakespeare from the shelves, opened at Romeo and Juliet, and soon became fascinated with the story. "What are you reading?" asked her father. "Shakespeare," was the answer, not lifting her eyes from the page. "That won't do. That's no book for Sunday. Go put it away and take another." Margaret did as she was bidden, but the temptation was too strong, and the book was soon in her hands again. "What is that child about, that she don't hear a word we say?" said an aunt. Seeing what she was reading, the father said angrily, "Give me the book, and go directly to bed." There could have been a wiser and gentler way of control, but he had not learned that it is better to lead children than to drive them. When not reading, Margaret enjoyed her mother's little garden of flowers. "I loved," she says, "to gaze on the roses, the violets, the lilies, the pinks. My mother's hand had planted them, and they bloomed for me. I kissed them and pressed them to my bosom with passionate emotions. An ambition swelled my heart to be as beautiful, as perfect as they." Margaret grew to 15 with an exuberance of life and affection, which the chilling atmosphere of that New England home somewhat suppressed, and with an increasing love for books and cultured people. "I rise a little before 5," she writes, "walk an hour, and then practice on the piano till 7, when we breakfast. Next I read French, Sismondi's Literature of the South of Europe, till 8, then 2 or 3 lectures in Brown's Philosophy. About 9:30 I go to Mr. Perkinson's school and study Greek till 12, when, the school being dismissed, I recite, go home, and practice again till dinner at 2. Then, when I can, I read 2 hours in Italian." And why all this hard work for a girl of 15? The all-powerful motive of ambition, she says. "I am determined on distinction, which formerly I thought to win at an easy rate, but now I see that long years of labor must be given." She had learned the secret of most prominent lives. The majority in this world will always be mediocre, because they lack high-minded ambition and the willingness to work. 2 years after, at 17, she writes, "I am studying Madame de Staël, Epictetus, Milton, Racine, and the Castilian ballads with great delight. I am engrossed in reading the elder Italian poets, beginning with Berni, from whom I shall proceed to Pulci and Politian. How almost infinitely above Beaux and Dresses was such intellectual work as this!" It was impossible for such a girl not to influence the mind of every person she met. At 19 she became the warm friend of Rev. James Freeman Clarke, whose friendship, he says, was to me a gift of the gods. With what eagerness did she seek for knowledge! What fire, what exuberance, what reach, grasp, overflow of thought shone in her conversation! And what she thus was to me, she was to many others. Inexhaustible in power of insight, and with a goodwill broad as ether, she could enter into the needs and sympathize with the various excellences of the greatest variety of characters. One thing only she demanded of all her friends, that they should not be satisfied with the common routine of life, that they should aspire to something higher, better, holier than had now attained. Witty, learned, imaginative, she was conceded to be the best conversationist in any circle. She possessed the charm that every woman may possess, appreciation of others and interest in their welfare. This sympathy unlocked every heart to her. She was made the confidante of thousands. All classes loved her. Now it was a serving girl who told Margaret her troubles and her cares. Now it was a distinguished man of letters. She was always an inspiration. Men never talked idle, commonplace talk with her. She could appreciate the best of their minds and hearts, and they gave it. She was fond of social life, and no party seemed complete without her. At 22 she began to study German, and in 3 months was reading with ease Goethe's Faust, Tasso, and Iphigenia, Körner, Richter, and Schiller. She greatly admired Goethe, desiring, like him, always to have some engrossing object of pursuit. Besides all this study, she was teaching 6 little children to help bear the expenses of the household. The family at this time moved to Groton, a great privation for Margaret, who enjoyed and needed the culture of Boston society. But she says, "As sad or merry, I must always be learning. I laid down a course of study at the beginning of the winter." This consisted of the history and geography of modern Europe and of America, architecture, and the works of Alfieri, Goethe, and Schiller. The teaching was continued because her brothers must be sent to Harvard College, and this required money. Not the first nor the last time that sisters have worked to give brothers an education superior to their own. At last the Constitution, never robust, broke down, and for 9 days Margaret lay hovering between this world and the next. The tender mother called her "dear lamb," and watched her constantly, while the stern father, who never praised his children lest it might harm them, said, "My dear, I have been thinking of you in the night, and I cannot remember that you have any faults. You have defects, of course, as all mortals have, but I do not know that you have a single fault." While Margaret recovered, the father was taken suddenly with cholera, and died after a 2 days' illness. He was sadly missed, for at heart he was devoted to his family. When the estate was settled, there was little left for each, so for Margaret life would be more laborious than ever. She had expected to visit Europe with Harriet Martineau, who was just returning home from a visit to this country, but the father's death crushed this long cherished and ardently prayed for journey. She must stay at home and work for others. Books were read now more eagerly than ever. Sartor Resartus, Coleridge, Wordsworth, and Heine. But money must be earned. Ah, if genius could only develop in ease and prosperity! It rarely has the chance. The tree grows best when the dirt is oftenest stirred about the roots. Perhaps the best in us comes only from such stirring. Margaret now obtained a situation as teacher of French and Latin in Bronson Alcott's school. Here she was appreciated by both master and pupils. Mr. Alcott said, "I think her the most brilliant talker of the day. She has a quick and comprehensive wit, a firm command of her thoughts, and a speech to win the ear of the most cultivated." She taught advanced classes in German and Italian, besides having several private pupils. Before this time she had become a valued friend of the Emerson family. Mr. Emerson says, "Sometimes she stayed a few days, often a week, more seldom a month, and all tasks that could be suspended were put aside to catch the favorable hour in walking, riding, or boating, to talk with this joyful guest, who brought wit, anecdotes, love stories, tragedies, oracles with her. The day was never long enough to exhaust her opulent memory, and I, who knew her intimately for 10 years, never saw her without surprise at her new powers." She was passionately fond of music and of art, saying, "I have been very happy with 470 designs of Raphael in my possession for a week." She loved nature like a friend, paying homage to rocks and woods and flowers. She said, "I hate not to be beautiful when all around is so." After teaching with Mr. Alcott, she became the principal teacher in a school at Providence, Rhode Island. Here, as ever, she showed great wisdom both with children and adults. The little folks in the house were allowed to look at the gifts of many friends in her room, on condition that they would not touch them. One day a young visitor came and insisted on taking down a microscope, and broke it. The child who belonged in the house was well nigh heartbroken over the affair, and though protesting her innocence, was suspected both of the deed and of falsehood. Miss Fuller took the weeping child upon her knee, saying, "Now, my dear little girl, tell me all about it. Only remember that you must be careful, for I shall believe every word you say." Investigation showed that the child thus confided in told the whole truth. After 2 years in Providence, she returned to Boston, and in 1839 began a series of parlor lectures, or conversations, as they were called. This seemed a strange thing for a woman when public speaking by her sex was almost unknown. These talks were given weekly from 11 o'clock till 1 to 25 or 30 of the most cultivated women of the city. Now the subject of discussion was Grecian mythology. Now it was fine arts, education, or the relations of woman to the family, the church, society, and literature. These meetings were continued through 5 winters, supplemented by evening conversations, attended by both men and women. In these gatherings Margaret was at her best, brilliant, eloquent, charming. During this time a few gifted men, Emerson, Channing, and others, decided to start a literary and philosophical magazine called the Dial. Probably no woman in the country would have been chosen as the editor save Margaret Fuller. She accepted the position, and for 4 years managed the journal ably, writing for it some valuable essays. Some of these were published later in her book on Literature and Art. Her Woman in the 19th Century, a learned and vigorous essay on woman's place in the world, first appeared in part in the Dial. Of this work she said in closing it, "After taking a long walk early one most exhilarating morning, I sat down to work and did not give it the last stroke till near 9 in the evening. Then I felt a delightful glow, as if I had put a good deal of my true life in it, and as if, should I go away now, the measure of my footprint would be left on the earth." Miss Fuller had published, besides these works, 2 books of translations from the German, and a sketch of travel called Summer on the Lakes. Her experience was like that of most authors who are beginning: some fame, but no money realized. All this time she was frail in health, overworked, struggling against odds to make a living for herself and those she loved. But there were some compensations in this life of toil. One person wrote her, "What I am I owe in large measure to the stimulus you imparted. You roused my heart with high hopes. You raised my aims from paltry and vain pursuits to those which lasted and fed the soul. You inspired me with a great ambition, and made me see the worth and the meaning of life." William Hunt, the renowned artist, was looking in a book that lay on the table of a friend. It was Mrs. Jameson's Italian Painters. In describing Correggio, she said he was "one of those superior beings of whom there are so few." Margaret had written on the margin, "And yet all might be such." Mr. Hunt said, "These words struck out a new strength in me. They revived resolutions long fallen away, and made me set my face like a flint." Margaret was now 34. The sister was married. The brothers had finished their college course, and she was about to accept an offer from the New York Tribune to become one of its constant contributors, an honor that few women would have received. Early in December 1844, Margaret moved to New York and became a member of Mr. Greeley's family. Her literary work here was that of, says Mr. Higginson, "the best literary critic whom America has yet seen." Sometimes her reviews, like those on the poetry of Longfellow and Lowell, were censured, but she was impartial and able. Society opened wide its doors to her as it had in Boston. Mrs. Greeley became her devoted friend, and their little son Picky, 5 years old, the idol of Mr. Greeley, her restful playmate. A year and a half later an opportunity came for Margaret to go to Europe. Now at last she would see the art galleries of the old world and places rich in history like Rome. Still there was the trouble of scanty means and poor health from overwork. She said, A noble career is yet before me if I can be unimpeded by cares. If our family affairs could now be so arranged that I might be tolerably tranquil for the next 6 or 8 years, I should go out of life better satisfied with the page I have turned in it than I shall if I must still toil on. After 2 weeks on the ocean, the party of friends arrived in London, and Miss Fuller received a cordial welcome. Wordsworth, now 76, showed her the lovely scenery of Rydal Mount, pointing out as his especial pride his avenue of hollyhocks, crimson, straw color, and white. De Quincey showed her many courtesies. Dr. Chalmers talked eloquently, while William and Mary Howitt seemed like old friends. Carlyle invited her to his home. "To interrupt him," she said, "is a physical impossibility. If you get a chance to remonstrate for a moment, he raises his voice and bears you down." In Paris, Margaret attended the Academy lectures, saw much of George Sand, waded through melting snow at Avignon to see Laura's tomb, and at last was in Italy, the country she had longed to see. Here Mrs. Jameson, Powers, and Greenough, and the Brownings and Storys were her warm friends. Here she settled down to systematic work, trying to keep her expenses for 6 months within $400. Still, when most cramped for means herself, she was always generous. Once, when living on a mere pittance, she loaned $50 to a needy artist. In New York, she gave an impecunious author $500 to publish his book, and of course never received a dollar in return. Yet the race for life was wearing her out. So tired was she that she said, "I should like to go to sleep, and be born again into a state where my young life should not be prematurely taxed." Meantime the struggle for Italian unity was coming to its climax. Mazzini and his followers were eager for a republic. Pius IX had given promises to the Liberal party, but afterwards abandoned it and fled to Gaeta. Then Mazzini turned for help to the President of the French Republic, Louis Napoleon, who in his heart had no love for republics, but sent an army to reinstate the Pope. Rome, when she found herself betrayed, fought like a tiger. Men issued from the workshops with their tools for weapons, while women from the housetops urged them on. One night over 150 bombs were thrown into the heart of the city. Margaret was the friend of Mazzini and enthusiastic for Roman liberty. All those dreadful months she ministered to the wounded and dying in the hospitals, and was their saint, as they called her. But there was another reason why Margaret Fuller loved Italy. Soon after her arrival in Rome, as she was attending vespers at St. Peter's with a party of friends, she became separated from them. Failing to find them, seeing her anxious face, a young Italian came up to her and politely offered to assist her. Unable to regain her friends, Angela Osili walked with her to her home, though he could speak no English and she almost no Italian. She learned afterward that he was of a noble and refined family, that his brothers were in the papal army, and that he was highly respected. After this he saw Margaret once or twice when she left Rome for some months. On her return he renewed the acquaintance, shy and quiet though he was, for her influence seemed great over him. His father, the Marquis Osili, had just died, and Margaret, with her large heart, sympathized with him as she alone knew how to sympathize. He joined the Liberals, thus separating himself from his family, and was made a captain of the Civic Guard. Finally he confessed to Margaret that he loved her, and that he must marry her or be miserable. She refused to listen to him as a lover, said he must marry a younger woman. She was 37 and he but 30, but she would be his friend. For weeks he was dejected and unhappy. She debated the matter with her own heart. Should she, who had had many admirers, now marry a man her junior, and not of surpassing intellect like her own? If she married him, it must be kept a secret till his father's estate was settled, for marriage with a Protestant would spoil all prospect of an equitable division. Love conquered, and she married the young Marquis Oseley in December 1847. He gave to Margaret the kind of love which lasts after marriage, veneration of her ability and her goodness. "Such tender, unselfish love," writes Mrs. Story, "I have rarely before seen. It made green her days, and gave her an expression of peace and serenity which before was a stranger to her. When she was ill, he nursed and watched over her with the tenderness of a woman. No service was too trivial, no sacrifice too great for him. 'How sweet it is to do little things for you,' he would say." To her mother Margaret wrote, though she did not tell her secret, "I have not been so happy since I was a child as during the last 6 weeks." But days of anxiety soon came with all the horrors of war. Oseley was constantly exposed to death in that dreadful siege of Rome. Then Rome fell, and with it the hopes of Oseley and his wife. There would be neither fortune nor home for a Liberal now, only exile. Very sadly Margaret said good-bye to the soldiers in the hospitals, brave fellows whom she honored, who in the midst of death itself would cry, "Viva l'Italia!" But before leaving Rome, a day's journey must be made to Rieta, at the foot of the Umbrian Apennines. And for what? The most precious thing of Margaret's life was there, her baby. The fair child with blue eyes and light hair like her own had already been named by the people in the house Angelino, from his beauty. She had always been fond of children. Emerson's Waldo, for whom Threnody was written, was an especial favorite. Then Picky, Mr. Greeley's beautiful boy. And now a new joy had come into her heart, a child of her own. She wrote to her mother, "In him I find satisfaction for the first time to the deep wants of my heart. Nothing but a child can take the worst bitterness out of life and break the spell of loneliness. I shall not be alone in other worlds whenever eternity may call me. I wake in the night, I look at him. He is so beautiful and good I could die for him." When Oseley and Margaret reached Rieta, what was their horror to find their child worn to a skeleton, half starved through the falsity of a nurse. For 4 weeks the distressed parents coaxed him back to life, till the sweet beauty of the rounded face came again, and then they carried him to Florence, where, despite poverty and exile, they were happy. "In the morning," she says, "as soon as dressed, he signs to come into our room, then draws our curtain with his little dimpled hand, kisses me rather violently, and pats my face. I feel so refreshed by his young life, and Oseley diffuses such a power and sweetness over every day that I cannot endure to think yet of our future. It is very sad we have no money. We could be so quietly happy a while. I rejoice in all Oseley did, but the results in this our earthly state are disastrous, especially as my strength is now so impaired. This much I hope, in life or death, to be no more separated from Angelino." Margaret's friends now urged her return to America. She had nearly finished a history of Rome in this trying time, 1848, and could better attend to its publication in this country. Oseley, though coming to a land of strangers, could find something to help support the family. To save expense, they started from Leghorn, May 17, 1850, in the Elizabeth, a sailing vessel. Though Margaret dreaded the 2 months' voyage and had premonitions of disaster, she wrote, "I have a vague expectation of some crisis, I know not what. But it has long seemed that, in the year 1850, I should stand on a plateau in the ascent of life, when I should be allowed to pause for a while, and take more clear and commanding views than ever before. Yet my life proceeds as regularly as the fates of a Greek tragedy, and I can but accept the pages as they turn. I shall embark, praying fervently that it may not be my lot to lose my boy at sea, either by unsolaced illness or amid the howling waves, or, if so, that Oseley, Angelo, and I may go together, and that the anguish may be brief." For a few days all went well on shipboard, and then the noble Captain Hasty died of smallpox and was buried at sea. Angelino took this dread disease, and for a time his life was despaired of, but he finally recovered and became a great pet with the sailors. Margaret was putting the last touches to her book. Osily and young Sumner, brother of Charles, gave each other lessons in Italian and English, and thus the weeks went by. On Thursday, July 18, after 2 months, the Elizabeth stood off the Jersey coast between Cape May and Barnegat. Trunks were packed, good nights were spoken, and all were happy, for they would be in New York on the morrow. At 9 that night a gale arose. At midnight it was a hurricane. At 4 o'clock Friday morning the ship struck Fire Island beach. The passengers sprung from their berths. "We must die," said Sumner to Mrs. Hasty. "Let us die calmly, then," was the response of the widow of the captain. At first, as the billows swept over the vessel, Angelino, wet and afraid, began to cry, but his mother held him closely in her arms and sang him to sleep. Noble courage on a sinking ship! The Italian girl who had come with them was in terror, but after Osily prayed with her she became calm. For hours they waited anxiously for help from the shore. They could see the lifeboat and the people collecting the spoils which had floated thither from the ship, but no relief came. One sailor and another sprang into the waves and saved themselves. Then Sumner jumped overboard, but sank. One of the sailors suggested that if each passenger sit on a plank, holding on by ropes, they would attempt to push him or her to land. Mrs. Hasty was the first to venture, and after being twice washed off, half drowned, reached the shore. Then Margaret was urged, but she hesitated unless all three could be saved. Every moment the danger increased. The crew were finally ordered to save themselves, but 4 remained with the passengers. It was useless to look longer to the people on shore for help, though it was now past 3 o'clock, 12 hours since the vessel struck. Margaret had finally been induced to try the plank. The steward had taken Angelino in his arms, promising to save him or die with him, when a strong sea swept the forecastle, and all went down together. Osily caught the rigging for a moment, but Margaret sank at once. When last seen, she was seated at the foot of the foremast, still clad in her white nightdress, with her hair fallen loose upon her shoulders. Angelino and the steward were washed upon the beach 20 minutes later, both dead though warm. Margaret's prayer was answered, that they might go together, and that the anguish might be brief. The pretty boy of 2 years was dressed in a child's frock taken from his mother's trunk which had come to shore, laid in a seaman's chest, and buried in the sand while the sailors who loved him stood around weeping. His body was finally removed to Mount Auburn and buried in the family lot. The bodies of Osily and Margaret were never recovered. The only papers of value which came to shore were their love letters, now deeply prized. The book ready for publication was never found. When those on shore were asked why they did not launch the lifeboat, they replied, "Oh, if we had known there were any such persons of importance on board, we should have tried to do our best." Thus, at 40, died one of the most gifted women in America, when her work seemed just begun. To us, who see how the world needed her, her death is a mystery. To him who "worketh all things after the counsel of his own will," there is no mystery. She filled her life with charities and her mind with knowledge, and such are ready for the progress of eternity. End of Section 5. Recording by Sherry Gardner.
Section 6 of Lives of Girls Who Became Famous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leanne Howlett. Lives of Girls Who Became Famous by Sarah K. Bolton. Section 6. Maria Mitchell. In the quiet, picturesque island of Nantucket, in a simple home, lived William and Lydia Mitchell with their family of 10 children. William had been a school teacher, beginning when he was 18 years of age, and receiving $2 a week in winter, while in summer he kept soul and body together by working on a small farm and fishing. In this impecunious condition he had fallen in love with and married Lydia Coleman, a true-hearted Quaker girl, a descendant of Benjamin Franklin, one singularly fitted to help him make his way in life. She was quick, intelligent, and attractive in her usual dress of white, and was the clerk of the Friends meeting where he attended. She was enthusiastic in reading, becoming librarian successively of 2 circulating libraries, till she had read every book upon the shelves, and then in the evenings repeating what she had read to her associates, her young lover among them. When they were married they had nothing but warm hearts and willing hands to work together. After a time William joined his father in converting a shipload of whale oil into soap, and then a little money was made. But at the end of 7 years he went back to school teaching because he loved the work. At first he had charge of a fine grammar school established at Nantucket, and later of a school of his own. Into this school came his 3rd child, Maria, shy and retiring, with all her mother's love of reading. Faithful at home, with, as she says, an endless washing of dishes, not to be wondered at where there were 10 little folks, she was not less faithful at school. The teacher could not help seeing that his little daughter had a mind which would well repay all the time he could spend upon it. While he was a good school teacher, he was an equally good student of nature, born with a love of the heavens above him. When 8 years old, his father called him to the door to look at the planet Saturn, and from that time the boy calculated his age from the position of the planet, year by year. Always striving to improve himself, when he became a man, he built a small observatory upon his own land, that he might study the stars. He was thus enabled to earn $100 a year in the work of the United States Coast Survey. Teaching at $2 a week and fishing could not always cramp a man of such aspiring mind. Brought up beside the sea, he was as broad as the sea in his thought and true nobility of character. He could see no reason why his daughters should not be just as well educated as his sons. He therefore taught Maria the same as his boys, giving her a special drill in navigation. Perhaps it is not strange that after such teaching his daughter could have no taste for making worsted work or Kensington stitches. She often says to this day, "A woman might be learning 7 languages while she is learning fancy work." And there is little doubt that the 7 languages would make her 7 times more valuable as a wife and mother. If teaching navigation to girls would give us 1,000 Maria Mitchells in this country, by all means let it be taught. Maria left the public school at 16, and for a year attended a private school. Then, loving mathematics and being deeply interested in her father's studies, she became at 17 his helper in the work of the Coast Survey. This astronomical labor brought Professors Agassiz, Bosch, and other noted men to the quiet Mitchell home, and thus the girl heard the stimulating conversation of superior minds. But the family needed more money. Though Mr. Mitchell wrote articles for Silliman's Journal, and delivered an able course of lectures before a Boston society of which Daniel Webster was president, scientific study did not put many dollars in a man's pocket. An elder sister was earning $300 yearly by teaching, and Maria felt that she too must help more largely to share the family's burdens. She was offered the position of librarian at the Nantucket Library, with a salary of $60 the first year and $75 the second. While $1.20 a week seemed very little, there would be much time for study, for the small island did not afford a continuous stream of readers. She accepted the position, and for 20 years, till youth had been lost in middle life, Maria Mitchell worked for $100 a year, studying on, that she might do her noble work in the world. Did not she who loved nature long for the open air and the blue sky, and for some days of leisure which so many girls thoughtlessly waste? Yes, doubtless. However, the laws of life are as rigid as mathematics. A person cannot idle away the hours and come to prominence. No great singer, no great artist, no great scientist comes to honor without continuous labor. Society devotees are heard of only for a day or a year, while those who develop minds and ennoble hearts have lasting remembrance. Miss Mitchell says: I was born of only ordinary capacity, but of extraordinary persistency. And herein is the secret of a great life. She did not dabble in French or music or painting, and give it up. She went steadily on to success. Did she neglect home duties? Never. She knit stockings a yard long for her aged father till his death, usually studying while she knit. To those who learn to be industrious early in life, idleness is never enjoyable. There was another secret of Miss Mitchell's success. She read good books early in life. She says: We always had books and were bookish people. There was a public library in Nantucket before I was born. It was not a free library, but we always paid the subscription of $1 per annum, and always read and studied from it. I remember among its volumes Hannah More's books and Rollin's Ancient History. I remember, too, that Charles Folger, the present Secretary of the Treasury, and I had both read this latter work through before we were 10 years old, though neither of us spoke of it to the other until a later period. All this study had made Miss Mitchell a superior woman. It was not strange, therefore, that fame should come to her. One autumn night, October 1847, she was gazing through the telescope as usual, when lo! she was startled to perceive an unknown comet. She at once told her father, who thus wrote to Professor William C. Bond, director of the observatory at Cambridge: My dear friend, I write now merely to say that Maria discovered a telescopic comet at 10:30 on the evening of the 1st instant, at that hour nearly above Polaris 5°. Last evening it had advanced westerly; this evening still further, and nearing the pole. It does not bear illumination. Maria has obtained its right ascension and declination, and will not suffer me to announce it. Pray tell me whether it is one of Georgi's, and whether it has been seen by anybody. Maria supposes it may be an old story. If quite convenient, just drop a line to her. It will oblige me so much. I expect to leave home in a day or two, and shall be in Boston next week, and I would like to have her hear from you before I can meet you. I hope it will not give thee much trouble amidst thy close engagements. Our regards are to all of you most truly. William Mitchell. The answer showed that Miss Mitchell had indeed made a new discovery. Frederick VI., King of Denmark, had, 16 years before, offered a gold medal of the value of 20 ducats to whoever should discover a telescopic comet. That no mistake might be made as to the real discoverer, the condition was made that word be sent at once to the Astronomer Royal of England. This the Mitchells had not done, on account of their isolated position. Hon. Edward Everett, then President of Harvard College, wrote to the American Minister at the Danish Court, who in turn presented the evidence to the King. "It would gratify me," said Mr. Mitchell, "that this generous monarch should know that there is a love of science even in this, to him, remote corner of the earth." The medal was at last awarded, and the woman astronomer of Nantucket found herself in the scientific journals and in the press as the discoverer of Miss Mitchell's comet. Another had been added to the list of Mary Somervilles and Caroline Herschels. Perhaps there was additional zest now in the mathematical work in the Coast Survey. She also assisted in compiling the American Nautical Almanac, and wrote for the scientific periodicals. Did she break down from her usual brain work? Oh no. Probably astronomical work was not nearly so hard as her mother's, the care of a house and 10 children. For 10 more years Miss Mitchell worked in the library and in studying the heavens, but she had longed to see the observatories of Europe and the great minds outside their quiet island. Therefore in 1857 she visited England, and was at once welcomed to the most learned circles. Brains always find open doors. Had she been rich or beautiful simply, Sir John Herschel, and Lady Herschel as well, would not have reached out both hands and said, "You are always welcome at this house," and given her some of his own calculations, and some of his Aunt Caroline's writing. Had she been rich or handsome simply, Alexander von Humboldt would not have taken her to his home, and, seating himself beside her on the sofa, talked, as she says, "on all manner of subjects and on all varieties of people." He spoke of Kansas, India, China, observatories; of Bache, Maury, Gould, Ticknor, Buchanan, Jefferson, Hamilton, Brunel, Peters, Encke, Airy, Leverrier, Mrs. Somerville, and a host of others. What if he had said these things to some women who go abroad? It is safe for women who travel to read widely, for ignorance is quickly detected. Miss Mitchell said of Humboldt, "He is handsome. His hair is thin and white, his eyes very blue. He is a little deaf, and so is Mrs. Somerville. He asked me what instruments I had, and what I was doing, and when I told him that I was interested in the variable stars, he said I must go to Bonn and see Agelander." There was no end of courtesies to the scholarly woman. Professor Adams of Cambridge, who with his charming wife years afterward helped to make our own visit to the University a delight, showed her the spot on which he made his computations for Neptune, which he discovered at the same time as Leverrier. Sir George Airy, the Astronomer Royal of England, wrote to Leverrier in Paris to announce her coming. When they met she said, "His English was worse than my French." Later she visited Florence, where she met several times Mrs. Somerville, who, she says, "talks with all the readiness and clearness of a man, and is still very gentle and womanly, without the least pretense or the least coldness." She gave Miss Mitchell 2 of her books, and desired a photograph star sent to Florence. She had never heard of its being done, and saw at once the importance of such a step. She said with her Scottish accent, "Miss Mitchell, ye have done yeself great credit." In Rome she saw much of the Hawthorns, of Miss Bremer, who was visiting there, and of the artists. From here she went to Venice, Vienna, and Berlin, where she met Encke, the astronomer, who took her to see the wedding presents of the Princess Royal. Mrs. Julia Ward Howe, in an admirable sketch of Miss Mitchell, tells how the practical woman, with her love of republican institutions, was impressed. "The presents were in 2 rooms," says Miss Mitchell, "ticketed and numbered, and a catalogue of them sold. All the manufacturing companies availed themselves of the opportunity to advertise their commodities, I suppose, as she had presents of all kinds. What she will do with 60 albums I can't see, but I can understand the use of 2 clotheslines, because she can lend one to her mother, who must have a large Monday's wash." After a year Miss Mitchell returned to her simple Nantucket home, as devoted to her parents and her scientific work as ever. 2 years afterward, in 1860, her good mother died, and a year later, desiring to be near Boston, the family removed to Lynn. Here Miss Mitchell purchased a small house for $1,650. From her yearly salary of $100, and what she could earn in her government work, she had saved enough to buy a home for her father. The rule is that the fathers wear themselves out for daughters. The rule was reversed in this case. Miss Mitchell now earned $500 yearly for her government computations, while her father received a pension of $300 more for his efficient services. 5 years thus passed quietly and comfortably. Meanwhile another life was carrying out its cherished plan, and Miss Mitchell, unknowingly, was to have an important part in it. Soon after the Revolutionary War there came to this country an English wool grower and his family, and settled on a little farm near the Hudson River. The mother, a hard-working and intelligent woman, was eager in her help toward earning a living, and would drive the farm wagon to market, with butter and eggs and fowls, while her 7-year-old boy sat beside her. To increase the income some English ale was brewed. The lad grew up with an aversion to making beer, and when 14, his father insisting that he should enter the business, his mother helped him to run away. Tying all his worldly possessions, a shirt and pair of stockings, and a cotton handkerchief, the mother and her boy walked 8 miles below Poughkeepsie, when, giving him all the money she had, 75 cents, she kissed him, and with tears in her eyes saw him cross the ferry and land safely on the other side. He trudged on till a place was found in a country store, and here for 5 years he worked honestly and industriously, coming home to his now reconciled father with $150 in his pocket. Changes had taken place. The father's brewery had burned. The oldest son had been killed in attempting to save something from the wreck. All were poorer than ever, and there seemed nothing before the boy of 19 but to help support the parents, his 2 unmarried sisters, and 2 younger brothers. Whether he had the old dislike for the ale business or not, he saw therein a means of support and adopted it. The world had not then thought so much about the misery which intoxicants cause, and had not learned that we are better off without stimulants than with them. Every day the young man worked in his brewery, and in the evening till midnight tended a small oyster house which he had opened. 2 years later an Englishman who had seen Matthew Vassar's untiring industry and honesty offered to furnish all the capital which he needed. The long, hard road of poverty had opened at last into a field of plenty. Henceforward, while there was to be work and economy, there was to be continued prosperity, and finally, great wealth. Realizing his lack of early education, he began to improve himself by reading science, art, history, poetry, and the Bible. He traveled in Europe, and being a close observer, was a constant learner. One day, standing by the great London hospital, built by Thomas Guy, a relative, and endowed by him with over $1 million, Mr. Vassar read these words on the pedestal of the bronze statue: "Sole founder of the hospital, in his lifetime." The last 3 words left a deep impression on his mind. He had no children. He desired to leave his money where it would be of permanent value to the world. He debated many plans in his own mind. It is said that his niece, a hard-working teacher, Lydia Booth, finally influenced him to his grand decision. There was no real college for women in the land. He talked the matter over with his friends, but they were full of discouragements. "Women will never desire college training," said some. "They will be ruined in health if they attempt it," said others. "Science is not needed by women. Classical education is not needed. They must have something appropriate to their sphere," was constantly reiterated. Some wise heads thought they knew just what that education should be, and just what were the limits of woman's sphere. But Matthew Vassar had his own thoughts. Calling together, February 26, 1861, some 20 or 30 of the men in the state most conversant with educational matters, the white-haired man, now nearly 70, laid his hand upon a round tin box labeled "Vassar College Papers," containing $400,000 in bonds and securities, and said: "It has long been my desire, after suitably providing for those of my kindred who have claims upon me, to make such a disposition of my means as should best honor God and benefit my fellow men. At different periods I have regarded various plans with favor, but these have all been dismissed one after another, until the subject of erecting and endowing a college for the education of young women was presented for my consideration. The novelty, grandeur, and benignity of the idea arrested my attention. It occurred to me that woman, having received from the Creator the same intellectual constitution as man, has the same right as man to intellectual culture and development. I considered that the mothers of a country mold its citizens, determine its institutions, and shape its destiny, It has also seemed to me that if woman was properly educated, some new avenues of useful and honorable employment, in entire harmony with the gentleness and modesty of her sex, might be opened to her. It further appeared, there is not in our country, there is not in the world, so far as known, a single fully endowed institution for the education of women. I have come to the conclusion that the establishment and endowment of a college for the education of young women is a work which will satisfy my highest aspirations, and will be, under God, a rich blessing to this city and state, to our country and the world. It is my hope to be the instrument in the hands of Providence of founding and perpetuating an institution which shall accomplish for young women what our colleges are accomplishing for young men. For 4 years Matthew Vassar watched the great buildings take form and shape in the midst of 200 acres of lake and river and green sward near Poughkeepsie. The main building, 500 feet long, 200 broad, and 5 stories high; the Museum of Natural History, with School of Art and library; the great observatory, 3 stories high, furnished with the then third largest telescope in the country. In 1865 Vassar College was opened, and 350 students came pouring in from all parts of the land. Girls, after all, did desire an education equal to that of young men. Matthew Vassar was right. His joy seemed complete. He visited the college daily, and always received the heartiest welcome. Each year his birthday was celebrated as Founder's Day. On one of these occasions he said, "This is almost more happiness than I can bear. This one day more than repays me for all I have done." An able and noble man, John Howard Raymond, was chosen president. Mr. Vassar lived but 3 years after his beloved institution was open. June 23, 1868, the day before commencement, he had called the members of the board around him to listen to his customary address. Suddenly, when he had nearly finished, his voice ceased, the paper dropped from his hand, and he was dead. His last gifts amounted to over $500,000, making in all $989,122 for the college. The poor lad wrought, as he had hoped, a blessing to the country and the world. His nephews, Matthew Vassar, Jr., and John Guy Vassar, have given over $140,000. After the observatory was completed, there was but one wish as to who should occupy it. Of course the person desired was Maria Mitchell. She hesitated to accept the position. Her father was 70 and needed her care, but he said, "Go, and I will go with you." So she left her Lynn home for the arduous position of a teacher. For 4 years Mr. Mitchell lived to enjoy the enthusiastic work of his gifted daughter. He said, "Among the teachers and pupils I have made acquaintances that a prince might covet." Miss Mitchell makes the observatory her home. Here are her books, her pictures, her great astronomical clock, and a bust of Mrs. Somerville, the gift of Francis Power Cobbe. Here for 20 years she has helped to make Vassar College known and honored both at home and abroad. Hundreds have been drawn thither by her name and fame. A friend of mine who went, intending to stay 2 years, remained 5, for her admiration of and enjoyment in Miss Mitchell. She says, "She is one of the few genuine persons I have ever known. There is not one particle of deceit about her. For girls who accomplish something she has great respect; for idlers, none. She has no sentimentality, but much wit and common sense. No one can be long under her teaching without learning dignity of manner and self-reliance." She dresses simply, in black or gray, somewhat after the fashion of her Quaker ancestors. Once, when urging economy upon the girls, she said, "All the clothing I have on cost but $17, and 4 suits would last each of you a year." There was a quiet smile, but no audible expression of a purpose to adopt Miss Mitchell's style of dress. The pupils greatly honor and love the undemonstrative woman, who, they well know, would make any sacrifices for their well-being. Each week the informal gatherings at her rooms, where various useful topics are discussed, are eagerly looked forward to. Chief of all, Miss Mitchell's own bright and sensible talk is enjoyed. Her "dome parties," held yearly in June, under the great dome of the observatory, with pupils coming back from all over the country, original poems read and songs sung, are among the joys of college life. All these years the astronomer's fame has steadily increased. In 1868, in the great meteoric shower, she and her pupils recorded the paths of 4,000 meteors, and gave valuable data of their height above the earth. In the summer of 1869 she joined the astronomers who went to Burlington, Iowa, to observe the total eclipse of the sun, August 7th. Her observations on the transit of Venus were also valuable. She has written much on the satellites of Saturn, and has prepared a work on the satellites of Jupiter. In 1873 she again visited Europe, spending some time with the family of the Russian astronomer, Professor Struve, at the Imperial Observatory at Pultowa. She is an honor to her sex, a striking example of what a quiet country girl can accomplish without money or fortuitous circumstances. She resigned her position at Vassar in 1888. Miss Mitchell died on the morning of June 28, 1889, at Lynn, Massachusetts, at the age of 71, and was buried at Nantucket on Sunday afternoon, June 30th. End of Section 6. Recording by Leanne Howlett.
Section 7 of Lives of Girls Who Became Famous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ariel Lipshaw. Lives of Girls Who Became Famous by Sarah K. Bolton. Section 7. Louisa M. Alcott. A dozen of us sat about the dinner table at the Hotel Bellevue, Boston. One was the gifted wife of a gifted clergyman, one had written 2 or 3 novels, one was a journalist, one was on the eve of a long journey abroad, and one, whom we were all glad to honor, was the brilliant author of Little Women. She had a womanly face, bright gray eyes that looked full of merriment, and would not see the hard side of life, and an air of common sense that made all defer to her judgment. She told witty stories of the many who wrote her for advice or favors, and good-naturedly gave bits of her own personal experience. Nearly 20 years before I had seen her, just after her hospital sketches were published, over which I, and thousands of others, had shed tears. Though but 30 years old then, Miss Alcott looked frail and tired. That was the day of her struggle with life. Now, at 50, she looked happy and comfortable. The desire of her heart had been realized, to do good to tens of thousands, and earn enough money to care for those whom she loved. Louisa Alcott's life, like that of so many famous women, has been full of obstacles. She was born in Germantown, Pennsylvania, November 29, 1832, in the home of an extremely lovely mother and cultivated father, Amos Bronson Alcott. Beginning life poor, his desire for knowledge led him to obtain an education and become a teacher. In 1830 he married Miss May, a descendant of the well-known Sewells and Quinceys of Boston. Louise Chandler Moulton says, in her excellent sketch of Miss Alcott, "I have heard that the May family were strongly opposed to the union of their beautiful daughter with the penniless teacher and philosopher, but he made a devoted husband, though poverty was long their guest." For 11 years, mostly in Boston, he was the earnest and successful teacher. Margaret Fuller was one of his assistants. Everybody respected his purity of life and his scholarship. His kindness of heart made him opposed to corporal punishment and in favor of self-government. The world had not come then to his high ideal, but has been creeping toward it ever since, until whipping, both in schools and homes, is fortunately becoming one of the lost arts. He believed in making studies interesting to pupils, not the dull, old-fashioned method of learning by rote, whereby, when a hymn was taught, such as "A charge to keep I have,"
The children went home to repeat to their astonished mothers, 8 yards to keep I have, having learned by ear, with no knowledge of the meaning of the words. He had friendly talks with his pupils on all great subjects, and some of these Miss Elizabeth Peabody, the sister of Mrs. Hawthorne, so greatly enjoyed, that she took notes and compiled them in a book. New England, always alive to any theological discussion, at once pronounced the book unorthodox. Emerson had been through the same kind of a storm, and bravely came to the defense of his friend. Another charge was laid at Mr. Alcott's door. He was willing to admit colored children to his school, and such a thing was not countenanced, except by a few fanatics like Whittier and Phillips and Garrison. The heated newspaper discussion lessened the attendance at the school, and finally, in 1839, it was discontinued, and the Alcott family moved to Concord. Here were gifted men and women with whom the philosopher could feel at home and rest. Here lived Emerson, in the 2-story drab house, with horse-chestnut trees in front of it. Here lived Thoreau, near his beautiful Walden Lake, a restful place, with no sound save, perchance, the dipping of an oar or the note of a bird, which the lonely man loved so well. Here he built his house, 12 feet square, and lived for 2 years and a half, giving to the world what he desired others to give, his inner self. Here was his bean field, where he used to hoe from 5 o'clock in the morning till noon, and made, as he said, an intimate acquaintance with weeds, and a pecuniary profit of $8.71 1/2. Here, too, was Hawthorne, who, as Oliver Wendell Holmes says, brooded himself into a dream-peopled solitude. Here Mr. Alcott could live with little expense, and teach his 4 daughters. Louisa, the eldest, was an active, enthusiastic child, getting into little troubles from her frankness and lack of policy, but making friends with her generous heart. Who can ever forget Jo in Little Women, who was really Louisa, the girl who, when reproved for whistling by Amy, the art-loving sister, says, "I hate affected niminy-piminy chits. I'm not a young lady, and if turning up my hair makes me one, I'll wear it in 2 tails till I'm 20. I hate to think I've got to grow up, and be Miss March, and wear long gowns, and look as prim as a china aster. It's bad enough to be a girl anyway, when I like boys' games and work and manners." At 15, Jo was very tall, thin, and brown, and reminded one of a colt, for she never seemed to know what to do with her long limbs, which were very much in her way. She had a decided mouth, a comical nose, and sharp gray eyes, which appeared to see everything, and were by turns fierce or funny or thoughtful. Her long thick hair was her one beauty, but it was usually bundled into a net to be out of her way. Round shoulders had Jo, and big hands and feet, a fly-away look to her clothes, and the uncomfortable appearance of a girl who was rapidly shooting up into a woman, and didn't like it. The 4 sisters lived a merry life in the Concord haunts, notwithstanding their scanty means. Now, at the dear mother's suggestion, they ate bread and milk for breakfast, that they might carry their nicely prepared meal to a poor woman, with 6 children, who called them Engelkinder, much to Louisa's delight. Now they improvised a stage, and produced real plays, while the neighbors looked in and enjoyed the fun. Louisa was especially fond of reading Shakespeare, Goethe, Emerson, Margaret Fuller, Miss Edgeworth, and George Sand. As early as 8 years of age she wrote a poem of 8 lines, To a Robin, which her mother carefully preserved, telling her that, if she kept on in this hopeful way, she might be a second Shakespeare in time. Blessings on those people who have a kind smile or a word of encouragement as we struggle up the hard hills of life. At 13 she wrote My Kingdom. When, years afterward, Mrs. Ava Munson Smith wrote to her, asking for some poems for Woman in Sacred Song, Miss Alcott sent her this one, saying, "It is the only hymn I ever wrote. It was composed at 13, and as I still find the same difficulty in governing my kingdom, it still expresses my soul's desire, and I have nothing better to offer. A little kingdom I possess, where thoughts and feelings dwell, and very hard the task I find of governing it well. For passion tempts and troubles me, a wayward will misleads, and selfishness its shadow casts on all my words and deeds. How can I learn to rule myself, to be the child I should, honest and brave, and never tire of trying to be good? How can I keep a sunny soul to shine along life's way? How can I tune my little heart to sweetly sing all day? Dear Father, help me with the love that casteth out my fear. Teach me to lean on thee, and feel that thou art very near. That no temptation is unseen, no childish grief too small, since thou, with patience infinite, doth soothe and comfort all. I do not ask for any crown but that which all may win, nor try to conquer any world except the one within. Be thou my guide until I find, led by a tender hand, thy happy kingdom in myself, and dare to take command. Louisa was very imaginative, telling stories to her sisters and her mates, and at 16 wrote a book for Miss Ellen Emerson entitled Flower Fables. It was not published till 6 years later, and then, being florid in style, did not bring her any fame. She was now anxious to earn her support. She was not the person to sit down idly and wait for marriage, or for some rich relation to care for her, but she determined to make a place in the world for herself. She says in Little Women, "Jo's ambition was to do something very splendid. What it was she had no idea as yet, but left it for time to tell her." And at 16 the time had come to make the attempt. She began to teach school with 20 pupils. Instead of the theological talks which her father gave his scholars, she told them stories, which she says made the one pleasant hour in her school day. Now the long years of work had begun, 15 of them, which should give the girl such rich yet sometimes bitter experiences that she could write the most fascinating books from her own history. Into her volume called Work, published when she had become famous, she put many of her own early sorrows into those of Christie. Much of this time was spent in Boston. Sometimes she cared for an invalid child, sometimes she was a governess, sometimes she did sewing, adding to her slender means by writing late at night. Occasionally she went to the house of Reverend Theodore Parker, where she met Emerson, Sumner, Garrison, and Julia Ward Howe. Emerson always had a kind word for the girl whom he had known in Concord, and Mr. Parker would take her by the hand and say, "How goes it, my child? God bless you. Keep your heart up, Louisa." And then she would go home to her lonely room, brave and encouraged. At 19, one of her early stories was published in Gleason's Pictorial, and for this she received $5. How welcome was this brain money! Some months later she sent a story to the Boston Saturday Gazette, entitled The Rival Prima Donnas, and, to her great delight, received $10, and what was almost better still, a request from the editor for another story. Miss Alcott made The Rival Prima Donnas into a drama, and it was accepted by a theatre, and would have been put upon the stage but for some disagreement among the actors. However, the young teacher received for her work a pass to the theatre for 40 nights. She even meditated going upon the stage, but the manager quite opportunely broke his leg, and the contract was annulled. What would the boys and girls of America have lost, had their favorite turned actress? A second story was, of course, written for the Saturday Evening Gazette. And now Louisa was catching a glimpse of fame. She says, "One of the memorial moments of my life is that in which, as I trudged to school on a wintry day, my eye fell upon a large yellow poster with these delicious words, 'Bertha, a new tale by the author of The Rival Prima Donnas will appear in the Saturday Evening Gazette.' I was late. It was bitter cold. People jostled me. I was mortally afraid I should be recognized. But there I stood, feasting my eyes on the fascinating poster, and saying proudly to myself, in the words of the great Vincent Crummles, 'This is fame.' That day my pupils had an indulgent teacher, for, while they struggled with their pothooks, I was writing immortal works, and when they droned out the multiplication table, I was counting up the noble fortune my pen was to earn for me in the dim, delightful future. That afternoon my sisters made a pilgrimage to behold this famous placard, and finding it torn by the wind, boldly stole it, and came home to wave it like a triumphal banner in the bosom of the excited family. The tattered paper still exists, folded away with other relics of those early days, so hard and yet so sweet, when the first small victories were won, and the enthusiasm of youth lent romance to life's drudgery. Finding that there was money in sensational stories, she set herself eagerly to work, and soon could write 10 or 12 a month. She says in Little Women, "As long as the Spread Eagle paid her $1 a column for her rubbish, as she called it, Jo felt herself a woman of means, and spun her little romances diligently. but great plans fermented in her busy brain and ambitious mind, and the old tin kitchen in the garret held a slowly increasing pile of blotted manuscript, which was one day to place the name of March upon the roll of fame. But sensational stories did not bring much fame, and the conscientious Louisa tired of them. A novel, Moods, written at 18, shared nearly the same fate as Flower Fables. Some critics praised, some condemned, but the great world was indifferent. After this, she offered a story to Mr. James T. Fields, at that time editor of the Atlantic Monthly, but it was declined, with the kindly advice that she stick to her teaching. But Louisa Alcott had a strong will and a brave heart, and would not be overcome by obstacles. The Civil War had begun, and the school-teacher's heart was deeply moved. She was now 30, having had such experience as makes us very tender toward suffering. The perfume of nature does not usually come forth without bruising. She determined to go to Washington and offer herself as a nurse at the hospital for soldiers. After much official red tape, she found herself in the midst of scores of maimed and dying, just brought from the defeat at Fredericksburg. She says, "Round the great stove was gathered the dreariest group I ever saw, ragged, gaunt, and pale, mud to the knees, with bloody bandages untouched since put on days before. Many bundled up in blankets, coats being lost or useless, and all wearing that disheartened look which proclaimed defeat more plainly than any telegram of the Burnside blunder. I pitied them so much I dared not speak to them. I yearned to serve the dreariest of them all." Presently there came an order. "Tell them to take off socks, coats, and shirts, scrub them well, put on clean shirts, and the attendants will finish them off, and lay them in bed." "I chanced to light on a withered old Irishman," she says, "wounded in the head, which caused that portion of his frame to be tastefully laid out like a garden, the bandages being the walks, and his hair the shrubbery. He was so overpowered by the honor of having a lady wash him, as he expressed it, that he did nothing but roll up his eyes and bless me, in an irresistible style which was too much for my sense of the ludicrous, so we laughed together, and when I knelt down to take off his shoes, he wouldn't hear of my touching 'them dirty craters.' Some of them took the performance like sleepy children, leaning their tired heads against me as I worked. Others looked grimly scandalized, and several of the roughest colored like bashful girls. When food was brought, she fed one of the badly wounded men, and offered the same help to his neighbor. "Thank you, ma'am," he said. "I don't think I'll ever eat again, for I'm shot in the stomach. But I'd like a drink of water, if you ain't too busy." I rushed away, she says, but the water pails were gone to be refilled, and it was some time before they reappeared. I did not forget my patient meanwhile, and with the first mugful hurried back to him. He seemed asleep, but something in the tired white face caused me to listen at his lips for a breath. None came. I touched his forehead. It was cold, and then I knew that, while he waited, a better nurse than I had given him a cooler draught, and healed him with a touch. I laid the sheet over the quiet sleeper, whom no noise could now disturb, and half an hour later the bed was empty. With cheerful face and warm heart she went among the soldiers, now writing letters, now washing faces, and now singing lullabies. One day a tall, manly fellow was brought in. He seldom spoke, and uttered no complaint. After a little, when his wounds were being dressed, Miss Alcott observed the big tears roll down his cheeks and drop on the floor. She says, "My heart opened wide and took him in, as, gathering the bent head in my arms, as freely as if he had been a child, I said, 'Let me help you bear it, John.' Never on any human countenance have I seen so swift and beautiful a look of gratitude, surprise, and comfort, as that which answered me more eloquently than the whispered, 'Thank you, ma'am, this is right good. This is what I wanted.' Then why not ask for it before?" "I didn't like to be a trouble. You seemed so busy, and I could manage to get on alone." The doctors had told Miss Alcott that John must die, and she must take the message to him, but she had not the heart to do it. One evening he asked her to write a letter for him. "Shall it be addressed to wife or mother, John?" "Neither, ma'am. I've got no wife, and will write to mother myself when I get better. Mother's a widow. I'm the oldest child she has, and it wouldn't do for me to marry until Lizzie has a home of her own, and Jack's learned his trade, for we're not rich, and I must be father to the children and husband to the dear old woman, if I can." "No doubt you are both, John. Yet how came you to go to war if you felt so?" I went because I couldn't help it. I didn't want the glory or the pay. I wanted the right thing done, and people kept saying the men who were in earnest ought to fight. I was in earnest, the Lord knows, but I held off as long as I could, not knowing which was my duty. Mother saw the case, gave me her ring to keep me steady, and said, "Go," so I went.
Do you ever regret that you came, when you lie here suffering so much?
Never, ma'am. I haven't helped a great deal, but I've shown I was willing to give my life, and perhaps I've got to. This is my first battle. Do they think it's going to be my last?
I'm afraid they do, John. He seemed startled at first, but desired Miss Alcott to write the letter to Jack, because he could best tell the sad news to the mother.
With a sigh, John said, "I hope the answer will come in time for me to see it."
2 days later Miss Alcott was sent for.
John stretched out both hands as he said, "I knew you'd come. I guess I'm moving on, ma'am."
Then clasping her hand so close that the death marks remained long upon it, he slept the final sleep. An hour later John's letter came, and putting it in his hand, Miss Alcott kissed the dead brow of the Virginia blacksmith, for his aged mother's sake, and buried him in the government lot. The noble teacher after a while became ill from overwork, and was obliged to return home, soon writing her book, Hospital Sketches, published in 1865. This year, needing rest and change, she went to Europe as companion to an invalid lady, spending a year in Germany, Switzerland, Paris, and London. In the latter city she met Jean Ingelow, Francis Power Cobbe, John Stuart Mill, George Lewes, and others, who had known of the brilliant Concord coterie. Such persons did not ask if Miss Alcott were rich, nor did they care. In 1868 her father took several of her more recent stories to Roberts Brothers to see about their publication in book form. Mr. Thomas Niles, a member of the firm, a man of refinement and good judgment, said, "We do not care just now for volumes of collected stories. Will not your daughter write us a new book consisting of a single story for girls?" Miss Alcott feared she could not do it, and set herself to write Little Women, to show the publishers that she could not write a story for girls. But she did not succeed in convincing them or the world of her inability. In 2 months the first part was finished, and published October 1868. It was a natural, graphic story of her 3 sisters and herself in that simple Concord home. How we, who are grown-up children, read with interest about the Lawrence boy, especially if we had boys of our own, and sympathized with the little girl who wrote Miss Alcott, "I have cried quarts over Beth's sickness. If you don't have her marry Laurie in the second part I shall never forgive you, and none of the girls in our school will ever read any more of your books. Do have her, please." The second part appeared in April, 1869, and Miss Alcott found herself famous. The "pile of blotted manuscript" had placed the name of March upon the roll of fame. Some of us could not be reconciled to dear Joe's marriage with the German professor, and their school at Plumfield, when Laurie loved her so tenderly. We cried over Beth, and felt how strangely like most young housekeepers was Meg, how the tired teacher and tender-hearted nurse for the soldiers must have rejoiced at her success. This year, she wrote her publishers, after toiling so many years along the uphill road, always a hard one to women writers, it is peculiarly grateful to me to find the way growing easier at last, with pleasant little surprises blossoming on either side, and the rough places made smooth. When Little Men was announced, 50,000 copies were ordered in advance of its publication. About this time Miss Alcott visited Rome with her artist sister May, the Amy of Little Women, and on her return wrote Shawl Straps, a bright sketch of their journey, followed by An Old-Fashioned Girl, that charming book Under the Lilacs, where your heart goes out to Ben and his dog Sancho, 6 volumes of Aunt Jo's Scrap Bag, Jack and Jill, and others. From these books Miss Alcott has already received about $100,000. She has ever been the most devoted of daughters. Till the mother went out of life, in 1877, she provided for her every want. May, the gifted youngest sister, who was married in Paris in 1878 to Ernst Nieriker, died a year and a half later, leaving her infant daughter, Louisa May Nieriker, to Miss Alcott's loving care. The father, who became paralyzed in 1882, now 86 years old, has had her constant ministries. How proud he has been of his Louisa! I heard him say, years ago, "I am riding in her golden chariot." Miss Alcott now divides her time between Boston and Concord. The Orchards, the Alcott home for 25 years, set in its frame of grand trees,
its walls and doors daintily covered with May Alcott's sketches, has become the home of the Summer School of Philosophy, and Miss Alcott and her father live in the house where Thoreau died. Most of her stories have been written in Boston, where she finds more inspiration than at Concord. She never had a study, says Mrs. Moulton. Any corner will answer to write in. She is not particular as to pens and paper, and an old atlas on her knee is all the desk she cares for. She has the wonderful power to carry a dozen plots in her head at a time, thinking them over whenever she is in the mood. Often in the dead waste and middle of the night she lies awake and plans whole chapters. In her hardest working days she used to write 14 hours in the 24, sitting steadily at her work, and scarcely tasting food till her daily task was done. When she has a story to write, she goes to Boston, hires a quiet room, and shuts herself up in it. In a month or so the book will be done, and its author comes out, tired, hungry, and cross, and ready to go back to Concord and vegetate for a time. Miss Alcott, like Elizabeth Stuart Phelps, is an earnest advocate of woman's suffrage and temperance. When Meg in Little Women prevails upon Laurie to take the pledge on her wedding day, the delighted Jo beams her approval. In 1883 she writes of the suffrage reform. Every year gives me greater faith in it, greater hope of its success, a larger charity for those who cannot see its wisdom, and a more earnest wish to use what influence I possess for its advancement. Miss Alcott has done a noble work for her generation. Her books have been translated into foreign languages, and expressions of affection have come to her from both East and West. She says, "As I turn my face toward sunset, I find so much to make the downhill journey smooth and lovely that, like Christian, I go on my way rejoicing with a cheerful heart." Miss Alcott died March 6, 1888, at the age of 55, 3 days after the death of her distinguished father, Bronson Alcott, 88 years old. She had been ill for some months, from care and overwork. On the Saturday morning before she died, she wrote to a friend, "I am told that I must spend another year in this saint's rest, and that I am promised 20 years of health. I don't want so many, and I have no idea I shall see them. But as I don't live for myself, I will live on for others." On the evening of the same day she became unconscious, and remained so till her death on Tuesday morning. End of Section 7.
Section 8 of Lives of Girls Who Became Famous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jadapi. Lives of Girls Who Became Famous by Sarah K. Bolton. Section 8. Mary Lyon. There are two women whose memory the girls in this country should especially revere, Mary Lyon and Catherine Beecher. When it was unfashionable for women to know more than to read, write, and cipher, the 3 R's, as reading, writing, and arithmetic were called, these two had the courage to ask that women have an education equal to men, a thing which was laughed at as impracticable and impossible. To these two pioneers we are greatly indebted for the grand educational advantages for women today in America. Amid the mountains of western Massachusetts, at Buckland, February 28, 1797, the fifth of 7 children, Mary Lyon, came into the world in obscurity. The little farmhouse was but 1 story high, in the midst of rocks and sturdy trees. The father, Aaron Lyon, was a godly man, beloved by all his neighbors. The peacemaker he was called, who died at 45, leaving his little family well nigh helpless, no, not helpless, because the mother was of the same material of which Eliza Garfields are made. Such women are above circumstances. She saw to it that the farm yielded its best. She worked early and late, always cheerful, always observing the Sabbath most devotedly, always keeping the children clean and tidy. In her little garden the May pinks were the sweetest, and the peonies the reddest of any in the neighborhood. One person begged to see a plant in the corner of her garden, sure that if Mrs. Lyon tended it, it could never die. "How is it," said the hard-working wife of a farmer, "that the widow can do more for me than anyone else?" She had her trials, but she saw no use in telling them to others, so with a brave heart she took up her daily tasks and performed them. Little Mary was an energetic, frank, warm-hearted child, full of desire to help others. Her mind was eager in grasping new things, and curious in its investigations. Once, when her mother had given her some work to do, she climbed upon a chair to look at the hourglass, and said, as she studied it, "I know I have found a way to make more time." At the village school she showed a remarkable memory and the power of committing lessons easily. She was especially good in mathematics and grammar. In 4 days she learned all of Alexander's grammar, which scholars were accustomed to commit, and recited it accurately to the astonished teacher. When Mary was 13, the mother married a second time, and soon after removed to Ohio. The girl remained at the old homestead, keeping house for the only brother, and so well did she do the work that he gave her $1 a week for her services. This she used in buying books and clothes for school. Besides, she found opportunities to spin and weave for some of the neighbors, and thus added a little more to her purse. After 5 years the brother married and sought a home in New York. Mary, thus thrown upon herself, began to teach school for 75 cents a week and her board. This amount would not buy many silks or embroideries, but Mary did not care much for these. "She is all intellect," said a friend who knew her well. "She does not know that she has a body to care for." She had now saved enough money to enable her to spend 1 term at the Sanderson Academy at Ashfield. What an important event in life that seemed to the struggling country girl! The scholars watched her bright intellectual face, and when she began to recite, laid aside their books to hear her. The teacher said, "I should like to see what she would make if she could be sent to college." When the term ended, her little savings were all spent, and now she must teach again. If she only could go forward with her classmates! But the laws of poverty are inexorable. Just as she was leaving the school, the trustees came and offered the advantages of the academy free for another term. Did ever such a gleam of sunshine come into a cloudy day? But how could she pay her board? She owned a bed and some table linen, and taking these to a boarding house, a bargain was made whereby she could have a room and board in exchange for her household articles. Her red letter days had indeed come. She might never have a chance for schooling again, so without regard to health, she slept only 4 hours out of the 24, ate her meals hurriedly, and gave all her time to her lessons. Not a scholar in the school could keep up with her. When the teacher gave her Adam's Latin grammar, telling her to commit such portions as were usual in going over the book the first time, she learned them all in 3 days. When the term closed, she had no difficulty in finding a place to teach. All the towns around had heard of the surprising scholar, Mary Lyon, and probably hoped she could inspire the same scholarship in her pupils, a matter in which she was most successful. As soon as her schools were finished, she would spend the money in obtaining instruction in some particular study, in which she thought herself deficient. Now she would go into the family of Rev. Edward Hitchcock, afterward president of Amherst College, and study natural science of him, meantime taking lessons of his wife in drawing and painting. Now she would study penmanship, following the copy as closely as a child. Once, when a teacher, in deference to her reputation, wrote the copy in Latin, she handed it back and asked him to write in English, lest when the books were examined she might be thought wiser than she really was. Thus conscientious was the young schoolteacher. She was now 24, and had laid up enough money to attend the school of Rev. Joseph Emerson at Byfield. He was an unusual man in his gifts of teaching and broad views of life. He had been blessed with a wife of splendid talents, and as Miss Lyon was wont to say, "Men judge of the whole sex by their own wives." So Mr. Emerson believed women could understand metaphysics and theology as well as men. He discussed science and religion with his pupils, and the result was a class of self-respecting, self-reliant, thinking women. Miss Lyon's friends discouraged her going to Byfield, because they thought she knew enough already. "Why," said they, "you will never be a minister, and what is the need of going to school?" She improved her time here. One of her classmates wrote home, "Mary sends love to all, but time with her is too precious to spend it in writing letters. She is gaining knowledge by handfuls." The next year an assistant was wanted in the Sanderson Academy. The principal thought a man must be engaged. "Try Mary Lyon," said one of her friends, "and see if she is not sufficient." And he employed her, and found her a host. But she could not long be retained, for she was wanted in a larger field, at Derry, N.H. Miss Grant, one of the teachers at Mr. Emerson's school, had sent for her former bright pupil. Mary was glad to be associated with Miss Grant, for she was very fond of her. But before going she must attend some lectures in chemistry and natural history by Professor Eaton at Amherst. Had she been a young man, how easily could she have secured a scholarship, and thus worked her way through college. But for a young woman, neither Amherst, nor Dartmouth, nor Williams, nor Harvard, nor Yale, with all their wealth, had an open door. Very fond of chemistry, she could only learn in the spare time which a busy professor could give. Was the cheerful girl never despondent in these hard working years? Yes, because naturally she was easily discouraged, and would have long fits of weeping. But she came to the conclusion that such seasons of depression were wrong, and that there was too much to be done for her to spend her time in that manner. She used to tell her pupils that if they were unhappy it was probably because they had so many thoughts about themselves and so few about the happiness of others. The friend who had recommended her for the Sanderson Academy now became surety for her for $40 worth of clothing, and the earnest young woman started for Derry. The school there numbered 90 pupils, and Mary Lyon was happy. She wrote her mother, "I do not number it among the least of my blessings that I am permitted to do something. Surely I ought to be thankful for an active life." But the Derry school was held only in the summers, so Miss Lyon came back to teach at Ashfield and Buckland, her birthplace, for the winters. The first season she had 25 scholars, the last 100. The families in the neighborhood took the students into their homes to board, charging them $1 or $1.25 per week, while the tuition was 25 cents a week. No one would grow very rich on such an income. So popular was Miss Lyon's teaching that a suitable building was erected for her school, and the Ministerial Association passed a resolution of praise, urging her to remain permanently in the western part of Massachusetts. However, Miss Grant had removed to Ipswich, and that urged Miss Lyon to join her, which she did. For 6 years they taught a large and most successful school. Miss Lyon was singularly happy in her intercourse with the young ladies. She won them to her views, while they scarcely knew that they were being controlled. She would say to them, "Now, young ladies, you are here at great expense. Your board and tuition cost a great deal, and your time ought to be worth more than both. But in order to get an equivalent for the money and time you are spending, you must be systematic, and that is impossible unless you have a regular hour for rising. Persons who run round all day after the half hour they lost in the morning never accomplish much. You may know them by a rip in the glove, a string pinned to the bonnet, a shawl left on the balustrade, which they had no time to hang up, they were in such a hurry to catch their lost 30 minutes. You will see them opening their books and trying to study at the time of general exercises in school, but it is a fruitless race. They never will overtake their lost half hour. Good men, from Abraham to Washington, have been early risers. Again she would say, "Mind, wherever it is found, will secure respect. Educate the women, and the men will be educated. Let the ladies understand the great doctrine of seeking the greatest good, of loving their neighbors as themselves. Let them indoctrinate their children in this fundamental truth, and we shall have wise legislators." "You won't do so again, will you, dear?" was almost always sure to win a tender response from a pupil. She would never allow a scholar to be laughed at. If a teacher spoke jestingly of a scholar's capacity, Miss Lyon would say, Yes, I know she has a small mind, but we must do the best we can for her." For nearly 16 years she had been giving her life to the education of girls. She had saved no money for herself, giving it to her relatives or aiding poor girls in going to school. She was simple in her tastes, the blue cloth dress she generally wore having been spun and woven by herself. A friend tells how, standing before the mirror to tie her bonnet, she said, "Well, I may fail of heaven, but I shall be very much disappointed if I do, very much disappointed." And there was no thought of what she was doing with the ribbons. Miss Lyon was now 33 years old. It would be strange indeed if a woman with her bright mind and sunshiny face should not have offers of marriage. One of her best opportunities came, as is often the case, when about 30, and Miss Lyon could have been made supremely happy by it. But she had in her mind one great purpose, and she felt that she must sacrifice home and love for it. This was the building of a high grade school, or college, for women. Had she decided otherwise, there probably would have been no Mount Holyoke Seminary. She had the tenderest sympathy for poor girls. They were the ones usually most desirous of an education, and they struggled the hardest for it. For them no educational societies were provided, and no scholarships. Could she, who had no money, build a seminary which should be so moderate in its expenses as to be open to the daughters of farmers and artisans, and to teachers who might be mainly dependent for their support on their own exertions? In vain she tried to have the school at Ipswich established permanently by buildings and endowments. In vain she talked with college presidents and learned ministers. Nearly all were indifferent. They could see no need that women should study science or the classics. That women should be happier with knowledge, just as they themselves were made happier by it, seemed never to have occurred to them. That women were soon to do 9/10 of the teachings in the school of the country could not be foreseen. Oberlin and Cornell, Vassar and Wellesley belonged to a golden age, as yet undreamed of. For 2 years she thought over it and prayed over it, and when all seemed hopeless, she would walk the floor and say over and over again, "Commit thy way unto the Lord. He will keep thee. Women must be educated. They must be." Finally a meeting was called in Boston at the same time as one of the religious anniversaries. She wrote to a friend, "Very few were present. The meeting was adjourned, and the adjourned meeting utterly failed. There were not enough present to organize, and there the business, in my view, has come to an end." Still she carried the burden on her heart. She writes in 1834, "During the past year my heart has so yearned over the adult female youth in the common walks of life that it has sometimes seemed as though a fire were shut up in my bones." She conceived the idea of having the young women do the work of the house, partly to lessen expenses, partly to teach them useful things, and also because she says, "Might not this single feature do away much of the prejudice against female education among common people?" At last the purpose in her heart became so strong that she resigned her position as a teacher, and went from house to house in Ipswich collecting funds. She wrote to her mother, "I hope and trust that this is of the Lord, and that He will prosper it. In this movement I have thought much more constantly, and have felt much more deeply about doing that which shall be for the honor of Christ and for the good of souls than I ever did in any step in my life." She determined to raise her first $1,000 from women. She talked in her good natured way with the father or the mother. She asked if they wanted a new shawl, or a card table, or a carpet, if they would not find a way to procure it. Usually they gave $5 or $10, some only a $half. So interested did two ladies become that they gave $100 apiece, and later, when their house was burned, and the man who had their money in charge lost it, they worked with their own hands and earned the $200, that their portion might not fail in the great work. In less than 2 months she had raised the $1,000, but she wrote Miss Grant, "I do not recollect being so fatigued, even to prostration, as I have been for a few weeks past." She often quoted a remark of Dr. Lyman Beecher's, The wear and tear of what I cannot do is a great deal more than the wear and tear of what I do." When she became quite worn, her habit was to sleep nearly all the time, for 2 or 3 days, till nature repaired the system. She next went to Amherst, where good Dr. Hitchcock felt as deeply interested for girls as for the boys in his college. One January morning, with the thermometer below zero, 3 or 4 hours before sunrise, he and Miss Lyon started on the stage for Worcester. Each was wrapped in a buffalo robe, so that the long ride was not unpleasant. A meeting was to be held, and a decision made as to the location of the seminary, which at last was actually to be built. After a long conference, South Hadley was chosen, 10 miles south of Amherst. One by one, good men became interested in the matter, and one true-hearted minister became an agent for the raising of funds. Miss Lyon was also untiring in her solicitations, and visited those in high station and low. So troubled were her friends about this public work for a woman, that they reasoned with her that it was in better taste to stay at home, and let gentlemen do the work. "What do I that is wrong?" she replied. "I ride in the stagecoach or cars without an escort. Other ladies do the same. I visit a family where I have been previously invited, and the minister's wife or some leading woman calls the ladies together to see me, and I lay our object before them. Is that wrong? I go with Mr. Hawks, the agent, and call on a gentleman of known liberality at his own house and converse with him about our enterprise. What harm is there in that? My heart is sick, my soul is pained with this empty gentility, this genteel nothingness. I am doing a great work. I cannot come down." Pitiful that so noble a woman should have been hampered by public opinion. How all this has changed! Now the world and the church gladly welcome the voice, the hand, and the heart of woman in their philanthropic work. At last enough money was raised to begin the enterprise, and the corner stone of Mount Holyoke Seminary was laid, October 3, 1836. "It was a day of deep interest," writes Mary Lyon. "The stones and brick and mortar speak a language which vibrates through my very soul." With thankful heart and busy hands she watched the progress of the work. Every detail was under her careful eye. She said, "Had I 1,000 lives, I could sacrifice them all in suffering and hardship for the sake of Mount Holyoke Seminary. Did I possess the greatest fortune, I could readily relinquish it all and become poor, and more than poor, if its prosperity should demand it." Finally, in the autumn of 1837, the seminary was ready for pupils. The main building, 4 stories high, had been erected. An admirable course of study had been provided. For the 40 weeks of the school year the charges for board and tuition were $60, only $1.25 per week. Miss Lyon's own salary was but $200 a year, and she never would receive anything higher. The accommodations were only for 80 pupils, but 116 came the first year. While Miss Lyon was heartily loved by her scholars, they yet respected her good discipline. It was against the rules for anyone to absent herself from meals without permission to do so. One of the young ladies, not feeling quite as fresh as usual, concluded not to go downstairs at tea time, and to remain silent on the subject. Miss Lyon's quick eye deterred her absence. Calling the girl's roommate to her, she asked, "Is Miss ill?" "Oh, no," was the reply, "only a little indisposed, and she commissioned me to carry her a cup of tea and cracker." "Very well, I will see to it." After supper the young lady ascended to her room, in the 4th story, found her companion enjoying a glorious sunset, and seating herself beside her, they began an animated conversation. Presently there was a knock. "Come in!" both shouted gleefully, when lo, in walked Mary Lyon, with the tea and cracker. She had come up 4 flights of stairs, but she said everyone was tired at night, and she could as well bring up the supper as anybody. She inquired with great kindness about the young lady's health, who, greatly abashed, had nothing to say. She was ever after present at mealtime, unless sick in bed. The students never forgot Miss Lyon's plain, earnest words. When they entered, they were told that they were expected to do right without formal commands. If not, they better go to some smaller school, where they could receive the peculiar training needed by little girls. She urged loose clothing and thick shoes. "If you will persist in killing yourselves by reckless exposure," she would say, "we are not willing to take the responsibility of the act. We think by all means you better go home and die in the arms of your dear mothers." Miss Lyon had come to her 50th birthday. Her seminary had prospered beyond her fondest hopes. She had raised nearly $70,000 for her beloved school, and it was out of debt. Nearly 2,000 pupils had been at South Hadley, of whom a large number had become missionaries and teachers. Not a single year had passed without a revival, and rarely did a girl leave the institution without professing Christianity. She said to a friend shortly after his 50th birthday, "It was the most solemn day of my life. I devoted it to reflection and prayer. Of my active toils I then took leave. I was certain that before another 50 years should have elapsed, I should wake up amid far different scenes, and far other thoughts would fill my mind, and other employments would engage my attention. I felt it. There seemed to be no ladder between me and the world above. The gates were opened, and I seemed to stand on the threshold. I felt that the evening of my days had come, and that I needed repose." And the repose came soon. The last of February, 1849, a young lady in the seminary died. Miss Lyon called the girls together and spoke tenderly to them, urging them not to fear death, but to be ready to meet it. She said, "There is nothing in the universe that I am afraid of, but that I shall not know and do all my duty." Beautiful words, carved shortly after on her monument. A few days later, Mary Lyon lay upon her deathbed. The brain had been congested, and she was often unconscious. In one of her lucid moments her pastor said, "Christ precious?" Summoning all her energies, she raised both hands, clasped them, and said, "Yes." "Have you trusted Christ too much?" he asked. Seeing that she made an effort to speak, he said, "God can be glorified by silence." An indescribable smile lit up her face, and she was gone. On the seminary grounds the beloved teacher was buried, her pupils singing about her open grave. Why do we mourn departing friends? A beautiful monument of Italian marble, square and resting upon a granite pedestal, marks the spot. On the west side are the words, "Mary Lyon, the founder of Mount Holyoke Female Seminary, and for 12 years its principal, a teacher for 35 years, and of more than 3,000 pupils. Born February 28, 1797, died March 5, 1849. What a devoted, heroic life, and its results who can estimate? Her work has gone steadily on. The seminary grounds now cover 25 acres. The main structure has 2 large wings, while a gymnasium, a library building with 13,000 volumes, the Lyman Williston Hall, with laboratories and art gallery, and the new observatory, with fine telescope, astronomical clock, and other appliances, afford such admirable opportunities for higher education as noble Mary Lyon could hardly have dared to hope for. The property is worth about $300,000. How different from the days when half dollars were given into Miss Lyon's willing hands. Nearly 6,000 students have been educated here, 3/4 of whom have become teachers, and about 200 foreign missionaries. Many have married ministers, presidents of colleges, and leading men in education and good works. The board and tuition have become $175 a year, only enough to cover the cost. The range of study has been constantly increased and elevated to keep pace with the growing demand that women shall be as fully educated as men. Even Miss Lyon in those early days looked forward to the needs of the future by placing in her course of study Sullivan's Political Class Book and Wayland's Political Economy. The 4 years' course is solid and thorough, while the optional course in French, German, and Greek is admirable. Eventually, when our preparatory schools are higher, all our colleges for women will have as difficult entrance exams as Harvard and Yale. The housework at Mount Holyoke Seminary requires but half an hour each day for each of the 297 pupils. Much time is spent wisely in the gymnasium and in boating on the lake near by. Habits of punctuality, thoroughness, and order are the outcome of life in this institution. An endowment of $20,000, called the Mary Lyon Fund, is now being raised by former students for the chair of the principal. Schools like the Lake Erie Seminary at Painesville, Ohio, have grown out of the school at South Hadley. Truly, Mary Lyon was doing a great work, and she could not come down. Between such a life and the ordinary social round there can be no comparison. The English ivy grows thickly over Miss Lyon's grave, covering it like a mantle, and sending out its wealth of green leaves in the spring. So each year her own handiwork flourishes, sending out into the world its strongest forces, the very foundation of the highest civilization, educated and Christian wives and mothers. End of section 8. Recording by Jadapi. www.myaudiolibrary.blogspot.com.
Section 9 of Lives of Girls Who Became Famous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anne Boulay. Lives of Girls Who Became Famous by Sarah K. Bolton. Section 9. Harriet G. Hosmer. Some years ago, in an art store in Boston, a crowd of persons stood gazing intently upon a famous piece of statuary. The red curtains were drawn aside, and the white marble seemed almost to speak. A group of girls stood together and looked on in rapt admiration. One of them said, "Just to think that a woman did it!" "It makes me proud and glad," said another. "Who is Harriet Hosmer?" said a third. "I wish I knew about her." And then one of us, who had stolen all the hours she could get from school life to read art books from the Hartford Athenaeum, and kept crude statues, made by herself from chalk and plaster, secreted in her room, told all she had read about the brilliant author of Zenobia. The statue was 7 feet high, queenly in pose and face, yet delicate and beautiful, with the thoughts which genius had wrought in it. The left arm supported the elegant drapery, while the right hung listlessly by her side, both wrists chained. The captive of the Emperor Aurelian. Since that time I have looked upon other masterpieces in all the great galleries of Europe, but perhaps none have ever made a stronger impression upon me than Zenobia in those early years. And who was the artist whom we girls were so proud of? Born in Watertown, Massachusetts, October 9, 1830, Harriet Hosmer came into the welcome home of a leading physician and a delicate mother, who soon died of consumption. Dr. Hosmer had also buried his only child besides Harriet, with the same disease, and he determined that this girl should live in sunshine and air, that he might save her if possible. He used to say, "There is a whole lifetime for the education of the mind, but the body develops in a few years, and during that time nothing should be allowed to interfere with its free and healthy growth." As soon as the child was large enough, she was given a pet dog, which she decked with ribbons and bells. Then, as the Charles River flowed past their house, a boat was provided, and she was allowed to row at will. A Venetian gondola was also built for her, with silver prow and velvet cushions. "Too much spoiling," said some of the neighbors, but Dr. Hosmer knew that he was keeping his little daughter on the earth instead of heaven. A gun was now purchased, and the girl became an admirable marksman. Her room was a perfect museum. Here were birds, bats, beetles, snakes, and toads, some dissected, some preserved in spirits, and others stuffed, all gathered and prepared by her own hands. Now she made an inkstand from the egg of a sea gull and the body of a kingfisher. Now she climbed to the top of a tree and brought down a crow's nest. She could walk miles upon miles with no fatigue. She grew up like a boy, which is another way of saying that she grew up healthy and strong physically. Probably polite society was shocked at Dr. Hosmer's methods. Would that there were many such fathers and mothers, that we might have a vigorous race of women, and consequently a vigorous race of men. When Harriet tired of books, for she was an eager reader, she found delight in the clay pit in the garden, where she molded horses and dogs to her heart's content. Unused to restraint, she did not like the first school at which she was placed. The principal, the brother-in-law of Nathaniel Hawthorne, writing to her father that he could do nothing with her. She was then taken to Mrs. Sedgwick, who kept a famous school at Lenox, Berkshire County. She received Happy Hattie, as she was called, with the remark, "I have a reputation for training wild colts, and I will try this one." The wise woman succeeded. She won Harriet's confidence, not by the 10,000 times repeated "don't," which so many children hear in home and school, till life seems a prison pen. She let her run wild, guiding her all the time with so much tact, that the girl scarcely knew she was guided at all. Blessed tact! How many thousands of young people are ruined for lack of it? She remained here 3 years. Mrs. Sedgwick says, "She was the most difficult pupil to manage I ever had, but I think I never had one in whom I took so deep an interest, and whom I learned to love so well." About this time, not being quite as well as usual, Dr. Hosmer engaged a physician of large practice to visit his daughter. The busy man could not be regular, which sadly interfered with Harriet's boating and driving. Complaining one day that it spoiled her pleasure, he said, "If I am alive, I will be here," naming the day and the hour. "Then if you are not here, I am to conclude that you are dead," was the reply. As he did not come, Harriet drove to the newspaper offices in Boston that afternoon, and the next morning the community was startled to read of Dr. Blank's sudden death. Friends hastened to the house, and messages of condolence came pouring in. It is probable that he was more punctual after this. On Harriet's return from Lenox, she began to take lessons in drawing, modeling, and anatomical studies in Boston, frequently walking from home and back, a distance of 14 miles. Feeling the need of a thorough course in anatomy, she applied to Boston Medical School for admittance, and was refused because of her sex. The Medical College of St. Louis proved itself broader, glad to encourage talent wherever found, and received her. Professor McDowell, under whom the artists Powers and Clevenger studied anatomy, spared no pains to give her every advantage, while the students were uniformly courteous. "I remember him," says Miss Hosmer, "with great affection and gratitude as being a most thorough and patient teacher, as well as at all times a good and kind friend." In testimony of her appreciation, she cut, from a bust of Professor McDowell by Clevenger, a life-size medallion in marble, now treasured in the College Museum. While in St. Louis, she made her home with the family of Wayman Crowe, Esquire, whose daughter had been her companion at Lenox. This gentleman proved himself a constant and encouraging friend, ordering her first statue from Rome, and helping in 1,000 ways a girl who had chosen for herself an unusual work in life. After completing her studies she made a trip to New Orleans, and then north to the Falls of St. Anthony, smoking the pipe of peace with the chief of the Dakota Indians, exploring lead mines in Dubuque, and scaling a high mountain that was soon after named for her. Did the wealthy girl go alone on these journeys? Yes. As a rule, no harm comes to a young woman who conducts herself with becoming reserve with men. Flirts usually are paid in their own coin. On her return home, Dr. Hosmer fitted up a studio for his daughter, and her first work was to copy from the antique. She then cut Canova's Napoleon in marble for her father, doing all the work, that he might especially value the gift. Her next statue was an ideal bust of Hesper, with, says Lydia Maria Child, the face of a lovely maiden gently falling asleep with the sound of distant music. Her hair is gracefully arranged and intertwined with capsules of the poppy. A star shines on her forehead, and under her breast lies the crescent moon. The swell of the cheeks and the bust is like pure young healthy flesh, and the muscles of the beautiful mouth so delicately cut, it seems like a thing that breathes. She did every stroke of the work with her own small hands, except knocking off the corners of the block of marble. She employed a man to do that. But as he was unused to work for sculptors, she did not venture to have him approach within several inches of the surface she intended to cut. Slight girl as she was, she wielded for 8 or 10 hours a day a leaden mallet weighing 4½ pounds. Had it not been for the strength and flexibility of muscle acquired by rowing and other athletic exercises, such arduous labor would have been impossible. After Hesper was completed, she said to her father, "I am ready to go to Rome." "You shall go, my child, this very autumn," was the response. He would, of course, miss the genial companionship of his only child, but her welfare was to be consulted rather than his own. When autumn came, she rode on horseback to Wayland to say good-bye to Mrs. Child. "Shall you never be homesick for your museum parlor in Waterton? Can you be contented in a foreign land?" "I can be happy anywhere," said Miss Hosmer, "with good health and a bit of marble." Late in the fall, Dr. Hosmer and his daughter started for Europe, reaching Rome November 12, 1852. She had greatly desired to study under John Gibson, the leading English sculptor, but he had taken young women into his studio, who in a short time became discouraged or showed themselves afraid of hard work, and he feared that Miss Hosmer might be of the same useless type. When the photographs of Hesper were placed before him by an artist friend of the Hosmers, he looked at them carefully and said, "Send the young lady to me, and whatever I know and I can teach her, she shall learn." He gave Miss Hosmer an upstairs room in his studio, and here for 7 years she worked with delight, honored and encouraged by her noble teacher. She wrote to her friends, "The dearest wish of my heart is gratified in that I am acknowledged by Gibson as a pupil. He has been resident in Rome 34 years, and leads the van. I am greatly in luck. He has just finished the model of the statue of the Queen, and as his room is vacant, he permits me to use it, and I am now in his own studio. I have also a little room for work, which was formerly occupied by Canova, and perhaps inspiration may be drawn from the walls." The first work which she copied, to show Gibson whether she had correctness of eye and proper knowledge, was the Venus of Milo. When nearly finished, the iron which supported the clay snapped, and the figure lay spoiled upon the floor. She did not shrink or cry, but immediately went to work cheerfully to shape it over again. This conduct Mr. Gibson greatly admired, and made up his mind to assist her all he could. After this she copied the Cupid of Praxiteles and Tasso from the British Museum. Her first original work was Daphne, the beautiful girl whom Apollo loved, and who, rather than accept his addresses, was changed into laurel by the gods. Apollo crowned his head with laurel, and made the flower sacred to himself forever. Next Miss Hosmer produced Medusa, famed for her beautiful hair, which Minerva turned into serpents, because Neptune loved her. According to Grecian mythology, Perseus made himself immortal by conquering Medusa, whose head he cut off, and the blood dripping from it filled Africa with snakes. Miss Hosmer represented the beautiful maiden when she finds, with horror, that her hair is turning into serpents. Needing a real snake for her work, Miss Hosmer sent a man into the suburbs to bring her one alive. When it was obtained, she chloroformed it till she made a cast, keeping it in plaster for 3½ hours. Then, instead of killing it, like a true-hearted woman, as she is, she sent it back into the country, glad to regain its liberty. Daphne and Medusa were both exhibited in Boston the following year, 1853, and were much praised. Mr. Gibson said, "The power of imitating the roundness and softness of flesh he had never seen surpassed." Rauch, the great Prussian, whose mausoleum at Charlottenburg of the beautiful Queen Louise can never be forgotten, gave Miss Hosmer high praise. 2 years later she completed Oenone, made for Mr. Crow of St. Louis. It is the full-length figure of the beautiful nymph of Mount Ida. The story is a familiar one. Before the birth of Paris, the son of Priam, it was foretold that he, by his imprudence, should cause the destruction of Troy. His father gave orders for him to be put to death, but possibly through the fondness of his mother he was spared and carried to Mount Ida, where he was brought up by the shepherds, and finally married to Oenone. In time he became known to his family, who forgot the prophecy and cordially received him. For a decision in favor of Venus, he was promised the most beautiful woman in the world for his wife. Forgetting Oenone, he fell in love with the beautiful Helen, already the wife of Menelaus, and persuaded her to fly with him to Troy to his father's court. War resulted. When he found himself dying of his wounds, he fled to Oenone for help, but died just as he came into her presence. She bathed the body with her tears, and stabbed herself to the heart, a very foolish act for so faithless a man. Miss Hosmer represents her as a beautiful shepherdess, bowed from grief from her desertion. This work was so much liked in America that the St. Louis Mercantile Library made a liberal offer for some other statue. Accordingly, 2 years after, Beatrice Cenci was sent. The noble girl lies asleep, the night before her execution, after the terrible torture. It was, says Mrs. Child, the sleep of a body worn out with the wretchedness of the soul. On that innocent face suffering had left its traces. The arm that had been tossing in the grief tempest had fallen heavily, too weary to change itself into a more easy position. Those large eyes, now so closely veiled by their swollen lids, had evidently wept till the fountain of tears was dry. That lovely mouth was still the open portal of a sigh, which the mastery of sleep had left no time to close. To make this natural, the sculptor caused several models to go to sleep in her studio, that she might study them. Gibson is also to have remarked upon seeing this. I can teach her nothing. This was also exhibited in London and in several American cities. For 3 years she had worked continuously, not leaving Rome even in the hot, unhealthy summers. She had said, "I will not be an amateur. I will work as if I had to earn my daily bread." However, as her health seemed somewhat impaired, at her father's earnest wish, she had decided to go to England for the season. Her trunks were packed and she was ready to start, when lo, a message came that Dr. Hosmer lost his property, that he could send her no more money, and suggested that she return home at once. At first she seemed overwhelmed, then she said firmly, "I cannot go back and give up my art." Her trunks were at once unpacked and a cheap room rented. Her handsome horse and saddle were sold, and she was now to work indeed as if she earned her daily bread. By a strange freak of human nature, by which we sometimes do our most humorous work when we are saddest, Miss Hosmer produced now in her sorrow her fun-loving Puck. It represents a child about 4 years old, seated on a toadstool which breaks beneath him. The left hand confines a lizard, while the right holds a beetle. The legs are crossed, and the great toe of the right foot turned up. The whole thing is full of merriment. The crown princess of Germany, on seeing it, exclaimed, "Oh, Miss Hosmer, you have such a talent for toes!" Very true, for this statue, with several copies made from it, brought her $30,000. The Prince of Wales has a copy, the Duke of Hamilton also, and it has gone even to Australia and the West Indies. A companion piece is the Will-o'-the-Wisp. About this time, the lovely 16-year-old daughter of Madame Falconet died at Rome, and for her monument in the Catholic Church of San Andrea del Frate, Miss Hosmer produced an exquisite figure resting upon a sarcophagus. Layard, the explorer of Babylon and Nineveh, wrote to Madame Falconet, "I scarcely remember to have seen a monument which more completely commanded my sympathy and more deeply interested me. I really know of none of modern days which I would rather have placed over the remains of one who had been dear to me. Miss Hosmer also modeled a fountain from the story of Hylas. The lower basin contains dolphins spouting jets, while in the upper basin, supported by swans, the youth Hylas stands, surrounded by the nymphs who admire his beauty, and who eventually draw him into the water, where he is drowned. Miss Hosmer returned to America in 1857, 5 years after her departure. She was still young, 27, vivacious, hopeful, not wearied from her hard work, and famous. While here she determined upon the statue of Zenobia, Queen of Palmyra, and read much concerning her and her times. She had touched fiction and poetry. Now she would attempt history. She could scarcely have chosen a more heroic or pathetic subject. The brave leader of a brave people, a skillful warrior, marching at the head of her troops, now on foot and now on horseback, beautiful in face and cultured in mind, acquainted with Latin, Greek, Syriac, and Egyptian, finally captured by Aurelian, and borne through the streets of Rome, adorning his triumphal procession. After Miss Hosmer's return to Rome, she worked on Zenobia with energy and enthusiasm, as she molded the clay and then the plaster. When brought to this country, it awakened the greatest interest. Crowds gathered to see it. In Chicago it was exhibited at the Sanitary Fair in behalf of the soldiers. Whittier said, "It very fully expresses my conception of what historical sculpture should be. It tells its whole proud and melancholy story. In looking at it, I felt that the artist had been as truly serving her country while working out her magnificent design abroad, as our soldiers in the field and our public officers in their departments." From its exhibition Miss Hosmer received $5,000. It was purchased by Mr. A. W. Griswold of New York. So great a work was the statue considered in London that some of the papers declared Gibson to be its author. Miss Hosmer at once began suits for libel, and retractions were speedily made. In 1860 Miss Hosmer again visited America to see her father, who was seriously ill. How proud Dr. Hosmer must have been of his gifted daughter, now that her fame was in 2 hemispheres! Surely he had not spoiled her. She could now spend for him as he had spent for her in her childhood. While here she received a commission from St. Louis for a bronze portrait statue of Missouri's famous statesman, Thomas Hart Benton. The world wondered if she could bring out of the marble a man with all his strength and dignity, as she had a woman with all her grace and nobility. She visited St. Louis to examine portraits and mementos of Colonel Benton, and then hastened across the ocean to her work. The next year a photograph of the model was sent to the Friends, and the likeness pronounced good. The statue was cast at the great royal foundry at Munich, and in due time shipped to this country. May 27, 1868, it was unveiled in Lafayette Park, in the presence of an immense concourse of people, the daughter, Mrs. John C. Fremont, removing the covering. The statue is 10 feet high and weighs 3½ tons. It rests on a granite pedestal, 10 feet square, the whole being 22 feet square. On the west side of the pedestal are the words from Colonel Benton's famous speech on the Pacific Railroad. "There is the East, there is India." Both press and people were heartily pleased with this statue, for which Miss Hosmer received $10,000, the whole costing $30,000. She was now in the midst of busy and successful work. Orders crowded upon her. Her Sleeping Fawn, which was exhibited at the Dublin Exhibition in 1865, was sold on the day of opening for $5,000 to Sir Benjamin Guinness. Some discussion having arisen about the sale, he offered $10,000, saying that if money could buy it, he would possess it. Miss Hosmer, however, would receive only the $5,000. The fawn is represented reclining against the trunk of a tree, partly draped in the spoils of a tiger. A little fawn, with mischievous look, is binding the fawn to the tree with the tiger skin. The newspapers were enthusiastic about the work. The London Times said, In the groups of statues are many works of exquisite beauty, but there is one which at once arrests attention and extorts admiration. It is a curious fact that amid all the statues in this court, contributed by the natives of lands in which the fine arts are naturalized thousands of years ago, one of the finest should be the production of an American artist. The French Galliani said, "The gem of the classical school, in its nobler style of composition, is due to an American lady, Miss Hosmer." The London Art Journal said, "The works of Miss Hosmer, Hiram Powers, and others we might name, have placed America on a level with the best modern sculptors of Europe." This work was repeated for the Prince of Wales and for Lady Ashburton of England. Not long ago I visited the studio of Miss Hosmer in the Via Margutta at Rome and saw her numerous works, many of them still unfinished. Here an arm seemed just reaching out from the rough block of marble. Here a sweet face seemed like Pygmalion's statue coming into life. In the center of the studio was the Siren Fountain, executed for Lady Marian Alford. A siren sits in the upper basin and sings to the music of her lute. 3 little cupids sit on dolphins and listen to her music. For some years Miss Hosmer has been preparing a golden gateway for an art gallery at Ashridge Hall, England, ordered by Earl Brownlow. These gates, 17 feet high, are covered with bas reliefs, representing the air, earth, and sea. The 12 hours of the night show, Iolaus subduing the winds, the descent of the zephyrs, Iris descending with the dew, night rising with the stars, the rising moon, the hours sleep, the dreams descend, the falling star, Phosphor and Hesper, the hours wake, Aurora veils the stars, and morning. More than 80 figures are in the 19 bas reliefs. Miss Hosmer has done other important works, among them a statue of the beautiful Queen of Naples, who was a frequent visitor to the artist's studio, and several well-known monuments. With her girlish fondness for machinery, she has given much thought to mechanics in these later years, striving to find, like many another, the secret of producing perpetual motion. She spends much of her time now in England. She is still passionately fond of riding. The Empress of Austria, who owns more horses than any woman in the world, declaring that there was nothing she looked forward to with more interest in Rome than to see Miss Hosmer ride. Many of the closing years of the sculptor's long life were spent in Rome, where she had a wide circle of eminent American and English friends, among whom were Hawthorne, Thackeray, George Eliot, and the Brownings. She made several discoveries in her work, one of which was a process of hardening limestone so that it resembled marble. She also wrote both prose and poetry, and would have been as successful an author if she had not given the bulk of her time to her beloved sculpture. After her long sojourn in Rome she spent several years in England, executing important commissions, and then turned her face toward America. In Watertown, where she was born, she again made her home, and here she breathed her last, February 21, 1908, after an illness of 3 weeks. She was in her 87th year. By her long life of earnest work and self-reliant purpose, coupled with her high gift, she has made for herself an abiding place in the history of art. End of section 9.
Section 10 of Lives of Girls Who Became Famous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jill Preston. Lives of Girls Who Became Famous by Sarah K. Bolton. Section 10. Madame de Stael. It was the 20th of September, 1881. The sun shone out mild and beautiful upon Lake Geneva as we sailed up to Coppet.
The banks were dotted with lovely homes, half hidden by the foliage, while brilliant flower beds came close to the water's edge. Snow-covered Mont Blanc looked down upon the restful scene, which seemed as charming as anything in Europe. We alighted from the boat and walked up from the landing between great rows of oaks, horse chestnuts, and sycamores to the famous home we had come to look upon, that of Madame de Staël. It is a French chateau, 2 stories high, drab with green blinds, surrounding an open square. Vines clamber over the gate and the high walls, and lovely flowers blossom everywhere. As you enter, you stand in a long hall, with green curtains, with many busts, the finest of which is that of Monsieur Necker. The next room is the large library, with furniture of blue and white, and the next, hung with old Gobelin tapestry, is the room where Madame Recamier used to sit, with Madame de Staël, and look out upon the exquisite scenery, restful even in their troubled lives. Here is the work table of her whom Macaulay called the greatest woman of her times, and of whom Byron said, "She is a woman by herself, and has done more than all the rest of them together. Intellectually she ought to have been a man." Next we enter the drawing room, with carpet woven in a single piece, the furniture red and white. We stop to look upon the picture of Monsieur Necker, the father, a strong, noble-looking man, of the mother, in white silk dress, with powdered hair, and very beautiful, and de Staël herself in a brownish yellow dress, with low neck and short sleeves, holding in her hand the branch of flowers which she always carried, or a leaf, that thus her hands might be employed while she engaged in the conversation that astonished Europe. Here also are the pictures of the Baron, her husband in white wig and military dress; here her idolized son and daughter, the latter beautiful, with mild, sad face, and dark hair and eyes. What brings thousands to this quiet retreat every year? Because here lived and wrote and suffered the only person whom the great Napoleon feared, whom Galiffe of Geneva declared the most remarkable woman that Europe has produced. Learned, rich, the author of Corinne and Allemagne, whose talents in conversation, says George Ticknor, were perhaps the most remarkable of any person that ever lived. April 27th, 1766, was the daughter of James Necker, Minister of Finance under Louis XVI, a man of fine intellect, the author of 15 volumes, and Susanna, daughter of a Swiss pastor, beautiful, educated, and devotedly Christian. Necker had become rich in early life through banking, and had been made by the Republic of Geneva her resident minister at the court of Versailles. When the throne of Louis seemed crumbling because the people were tired of extravagance and heavy taxation, Necker was called to his aid, with the hope that economy and retrenchment would save the nation. He also loaned the government $2 million. The home of the Neckers in Paris naturally became a social center, which the mother of the family was well fitted to grace. Gibbon had been deeply in love with her. He says, "I found her learned without pedantry, lively in conversation, pure in sentiment, and elegant in manners, and the first sudden emotion was fortified by the habits and knowledge of a more familiar acquaintance. At Cressier and Lausanne I indulged my dream of felicity, but on my return to England I soon discovered that my father would not hear of this strange alliance, and that, without his consent, I was myself destitute and helpless." After a painful struggle, I yielded to my fate. I sighed as a lover. I obeyed as a son. Gibbon never married, but retained his lifelong friendship and admiration for Madame Necker. It was not strange, therefore, that Gibbon liked to be present in her salon, where Buffon, Hume, Diderot, and D'Alembert were wont to gather. The child of such parents could scarcely be other than intellectual, surrounded by such gifted minds. Her mother, too, was a most systematic teacher, and each day the girl was obliged to sit by her side, erect on a wooden stool, and learn difficult lessons. She stood in great awe of her mother, wrote Simon the traveller, but was exceedingly familiar with and extravagantly fond of her father. Madame Necker had no sooner left the room one day after dinner than the young girl, till then timidly decorous, suddenly seized her napkin and threw it across the table at the head of her father, and then flying round to him, hung upon his neck, suffocating all his reproofs by her kisses. Whenever her mother returned to the room, she at once became silent and restrained. The child early began to show literary talent, writing dramas, and making paper kings and queens to act her tragedies. This the mother thought to be wrong, and it was discontinued. But when she was 12, the mother having somewhat relented, she wrote a play, which she and her companions acted in the drawing-room. Grimm was so pleased with her attempts that he sent extracts to his correspondents throughout Europe. At 15 she wrote an essay on the revocation of the Edict of Nantes, and another upon Montesquieu's Spirit of Laws. Overtaxing the brain with her continuous study, she became ill, and the physician, greatly to her delight, prescribed fresh air and sunshine. Here often she roamed from morning till night on their estate at St. Ouen. Madame Necker felt deeply the thwarting of her educational plans, and years after, when her daughter had acquired distinction, said, "It is absolutely nothing compared to what I would have made it." Monsieur Necker's restriction of pensions and taxing of luxuries soon aroused the opposition of the aristocracy, and the weak but good-hearted king asked his minister to resign. Both wife and daughter felt the blow keenly, for both idolized him so much so that the mother feared lest she be supplanted by her daughter. Madame de Staël says of her father, "From the moment of their marriage to her death, the thought of my mother dominated his life. He was not like other men in power, attentive to her by occasional tokens of regard, but by continual expressions of most tender and most delicate sentiment." Of herself she wrote, "Our destinies would have united us forever if fate had only made us contemporaries." At his death she said, "If he could be restored to me, I would give all my remaining years for 6 months." To the last he was her idol. For the next few years the family travelled most of the time, Necker bringing out a book on the finances, which had a sale at once of 100,000 copies. A previous book, the Compte Rendu au Roi, showing how for years the moneys of France had been wasted, had also a large sale. For these books, and especially for other correspondence, he was banished 40 leagues from Paris. The daughter's heart seemed well nigh broken at this intelligence. Loving Paris, saying she would rather live there on 100 francs a year and lodge in the 4th story than anywhere else in the world, how could she bear for years the isolation of the country? Joseph II, King of Poland, and the King of Naples offered Necker fine positions, but he declined. Mademoiselle Necker had come to womanhood, not beautiful, but with wonderful fascination and tact. She could compliment persons without flattery, was cordial and generous, and while the most brilliant talker, could draw to herself the thoughts and confidences of others. She has also written a book on Rousseau, which was much talked about. Pitt of England, Count Fersen of Sweden, and others sought her in marriage, but she loved no person as well as her father. Her consent to marriage could be obtained only by the promise that she should never be obliged to leave him. Baron de Stael, a man of learning and fine social position, ambassador from Sweden, and the warm friend of Gustavus, was ready to make any promise for the rich daughter of the minister Necker. He was 37, she only a little more than half his age, 20, but she accepted him because her parents were pleased. Going to Paris, she was, of course, received at court, Marie Antoinette paying her much attention. Necker was soon recalled from exile to his old position. The funds rose 30%, and he became the idol of the people. Soon representative government was demanded, and then, though the king granted it, the breach was widened. Necker, unpopular with the bad advisers of the king, was again asked to leave Paris and make no noise about it. But the people, hearing of it, soon demanded his recall, and he was hastily brought back from Brussels, riding through the streets like the sovereign of a nation, said his daughter. The people were wild with delight. But matters had gone too far to prevent a bloody revolution. Soon a mob was marching toward Versailles, thousands of men, women, and even children armed with pikes. They reached the palace, killed the guards, and penetrated to the queen's apartments, while some filled the courtyard and demanded bread. The brave Marie Antoinette appeared on the balcony, leading her 2 children, while Lafayette knelt by her side and kissed her hand. But the people could not be appeased. Necker, finding himself unable to serve his king longer, fled to his Swiss retreat at Coppet, and there remained till his death. Madame de Stael, as the wife of the Swedish ambassador, continued in the turmoil, writing her father daily, and taking an active interest in politics. In England, she said, women are accustomed to be silent before men when political questions are discussed. In France, they direct all conversation, and their minds readily acquire the facility and talent which this privilege requires. Lafayette, Narbonne, and Talleyrand consulted with her. She wrote the principal part of Talleyrand's report on public instruction in 1790. She procured the appointment of Narbonne to the ministry, and later, when Talleyrand was in exile, obtained his appointment to the Department of Foreign Affairs. Matters had gone from bad to worse. In 1792, the Swedish government suspended its embassy, and Madame de Stael prepared to fly, but stayed for a time to save her friends. The 7 prisons of Paris were all crowded under the fearful reign of Danton and Marat. Great heaps of dead lay before every prison door. During the Reign of Terror, it is estimated that 18,600 persons perished by the guillotine. Whole squares were shot down. When the police visited her house, where some of the ministers were hidden, she met them graciously, urging that they must not violate the privacy of an ambassador's house. When her friends were arrested, she went to the barbarous leaders, and with her eloquence begged for their safety, and thus saved the lives of many. At last she must leave the terror-stricken city, supposing that her rank as the wife of a foreign ambassador would protect her. She started with a carriage and 6 horses, her servants in livery. At once a crowd of half-famished and haggard women crowded around, and threw themselves against the horses. The carriage was stopped, and the occupants were taken to the Assembly. She pled her case before the noted Robespierre, and then waited for 6 hours for the decision of the Commune. Meantime she saw the hired assassins pass beneath the windows, their bare arms covered with the blood of the slain. The mob attempted to pillage her carriage, but a strong man mounted the box and defended it. She learned afterward that it was the notorious Santerre, the person who later superintended the execution of Louis XVI, ordering his drummers to drown the last words of the dying king. Santerre had seen Necker distribute corn to the poor of Paris in a time of famine, and now he was befriending the daughter for this noble act. Finally she was allowed to continue her journey and reach Coppet with her baby, Auguste, well nigh exhausted after this terrible ordeal. The Swiss home soon became a place of refuge for those who were flying from the horrors of the Commune. She kept a faithful agent who knew the mountain passes, busy in this work of mercy. The following year, 1793, longing for a change from these dreadful times, she visited England and received much attention from prominent persons, among them Fanny Burney, the author of Evelina, who owned that she had never heard conversation before. The most animated eloquence, the keenest observation, the most sparkling wit, the most courtly grace were united to charm her. On January 21st of this year, the unfortunate king had met his death on the scaffold before an immense throng of people. 6 men bound him to the plank, and then his head was severed from his body amid the shouts and waving of hats of the bloodthirsty crowd. Necker had begged to go before the Convention and plead for his king, but was refused. Madame de Staël wrote a vigorous appeal to the nation in behalf of the beautiful and tender-hearted Marie Antoinette, but on September 16, 1793, at 4 o'clock in the morning, in an open cart, in the midst of 30,000 troops and a noisy rabble, she too was borne to the scaffold, and when her pale face was held up bleeding before the crowd, they jeered and shouted themselves hoarse. The next year, 1794, Madame Necker died at Coppet, whispering to her husband, "We shall see each other in heaven." "She looked heavenward," said Necker, in a most affecting manner, "listening while I prayed, then, in dying, raised the finger of her left hand, which wore the ring I had given her, to remind me of the pledge engraved upon it, to love her forever." His devotion to her was beautiful. "No language," says his daughter, "can give any adequate idea of it. Exhausted by wakefulness at night, she slept often in the daytime, resting her head on his arm. I have seen him remain immovable for hours together, standing in the same position for fear of awakening her by the least movement. Absent from her during a few hours of sleep, he inquired on his return of her attendant if she had asked for him. She could no longer speak, but made an effort to say yes, yes. When the Revolution was over and France had become a republic, Sweden sent back her ambassador, Baron de Staël, and his wife returned to him at Paris. Again her salon became the center for the great men of the time. She loved liberty, and believed in the republican form of government. She had written her book upon the influence of the passions on the happiness of individuals and nations, prompted by the horrors of the Revolution, and it was considered irresistible in energy and dazzling in thought. She was also devoting much time to her child, Auguste, developing him without punishment, thinking that there had been too much rigor in her own childhood. He well repaid her for her gentleness and trust, and was inseparable from her through life, becoming a noble Christian man and the helper of all good causes. Meantime, Madame de Staël saw with alarm the growing influence of the young Corsican officer, Bonaparte. The chief executive power had been placed in the hands of the Directory, and he had control of the army. He had won brilliant victories in Italy, and had been made commander-in-chief of the expedition against Egypt. He now returned to Paris, turned out the Directory, drove out the Council of 500 from the hall of the Assembly at the point of the bayonet, made the government into a consulate with 3 consuls, of whom he was the first, and lived at the Tuileries in almost royal style. All this time Madame de Staël felt the egotism and heartlessness of Napoleon. Her salon became more crowded than ever with those who had their fears for the future. The most eloquent of the Republican orators were those who borrowed from her most of their ideas and telling phrases. Most of them went forth from her door with speeches ready for the next day, and with resolution to pronounce them, a courage which was also derived from her. Lucien and Joseph Bonaparte, the brothers of Napoleon, were proud of her friendship, and often were guests at her house, until forbidden by their brother. When Benjamin Constant made a speech against the rising tyranny, Napoleon suspected that she had prompted it, and denounced her heartily, all the time declaring that he loved the Republic and would always defend it. He said persons always come away from de Staël's home less his friends than when they entered. About this time her book, Literature Considered in its Relation to Social Institutions, was published, and made a surprising impression from its wealth of knowledge and power of thought. Its analysis of Greek and Latin literature and the chief works in Italian, English, German, and French astonished everybody because written by a woman. Soon after, Necker published his last views of politics and finance, in which he wrote against the tyranny of a single man. At once Napoleon caused a sharp letter to be written to Necker, advising him to leave politics to the first consul, who was alone able to govern France, and threatening his daughter with exile for her supposed aid in his book. She saw the wisdom of escaping from France, lest she be imprisoned, and immediately hastened to Coppet. A few months later, in the winter of 1802, she returned to Paris to bring home Baron de Staël, who was ill, and from whom she had separated because he was spending all her fortune and that of her 3 children. He died on the journey. Virtually banished from France, she now wrote her Delphine, a brilliant novel, which was widely read. It received its name from a singular circumstance. Desirous of meeting the first consul for some urgent reason, says Dr. Stevens in his charming biography of Madame de Staël, she went to the villa of Madame de Montesson, whither he frequently resorted. She was alone in one of the sales when he arrived, accompanied by the consular court of brilliant young women. The latter knew the growing hostility of their master toward her, and passed, without noticing her, to the other end of the salle, leaving her entirely alone. Her position was becoming extremely painful, when a young lady, more courageous and more compassionate than her companions, crossed the salle and took a seat by her side. Madame de Staël was touched by this kindness, and asked for her Christian name. "Delphine," she responded. "Ah, I will try to immortalize it," exclaimed Madame de Staël, and she kept her word. This sensible young lady was the Comtesse de Custine. Her home at Coppet became the home of many great people. Sismondi, the author of the History of the Italian Republics and Literature of Southern Europe, encouraged by her, wrote here several of his famous works. Bonstetten made his home here for years. Schlegel, the greatest critic of his age, became the teacher of her children, and a most intimate friend. Benjamin Constant, the author and statesman, was here. All repaired to their rooms for work in the morning, and in the evening enjoyed philosophic, literary, and political discussions. Bonstetten said, "In seeing her, in hearing her, I feel myself electrified. She daily becomes greater and better, but souls of great talent have great sufferings. They are solitary in the world, like Mont Blanc." In the autumn of 1803, longing for Paris, she ventured to In the autumn of 1803, longing for Paris, she ventured to within 10 leagues and hired a quiet home. Word was soon borne to Napoleon that the road to her house was thronged with visitors. He at once sent an officer with a letter, signed by himself, exiling her to 40 leagues from Paris, and commanding her to leave within 24 hours. At once she fled to Germany. At Frankfurt her little daughter was dangerously ill. "I knew no person in the city," she writes. "I did not know the language, and the physician to whom I confided my child could not speak French. But my father shared my trouble. He consulted physicians at Geneva and sent me their prescriptions. Oh, what would become of a mother trembling for the life of her child if it were not for prayer? Going to Weimar, she met Goethe, Wieland, Schiller, and other noted men. At Berlin, the greatest attention was shown her. The beautiful Louise of Prussia welcomed her heartily. During this exile her father died with his latest breath, saying, "She has loved me dearly, she has loved me dearly." On his deathbed he wrote a letter to Bonaparte telling him that his daughter was in no wise responsible for his book, but it was never answered. It was enough for Napoleon to know that she did not flatter him. Therefore he wished her out of the way. Madame de Staël was for a time completely overcome by Necker's death. She wore his picture on her person as long as she lived. Only once did she part with it, and then she imagined it might console her daughter in her illness. Giving it to her, she said, gaze upon it when you are in pain." She now sought repose in Italy, preparing those beautiful descriptions for her Corinne, and finally returning to Coppet, spent a year in writing her book. It was published in Paris, and, says Sainte Beuve, its success was instantaneous and universal. As a work of art, as a poem, the romance of Corinne is an immortal monument. Geoffrey, in the Edinburgh Review, called the author the greatest writer in France since Voltaire and Rousseau, and the greatest woman writer of any age or country. Napoleon, however, in his official paper, caused a scathing criticism on Corinne to appear. Indeed, it was declared to be from his own pen. She was told by the Minister of Police that she had but to insert some praise of Napoleon in Corinne, and she would be welcomed back to Paris. She could not, however, live a lie, and she feared Napoleon had evil designs upon France. Again she visited Germany with her children Schlegel and Sismondi. So eager was everybody to see her and hear her talk, that Bettina von Arnmann says in her correspondence with Goethe, "The gentlemen stood around the table and planted themselves behind us, elbowing one another. They leaned quite over me, and I said in French, 'Your adorers quite suffocate me.'" While in Germany, her eldest son, then 17, had an interview with Bonaparte about the return of his mother. "Your mother," said Napoleon, "could not be 6 months in Paris before I should be compelled to send her to Bicêtre or the Temple. I should regret this necessity, for it would make a noise and might injure me a little in public opinion. Say, therefore, to her that as long as I live she cannot re-enter Paris. I see what you wish, but it cannot be. She will commit follies. She will have the world about her." On her return to Coppet, she spent 2 years in writing her Allemagne, for which she had been making researches for 4 years. She wished it published in Paris, as Corinne had been, and submitted it to the censors of the press. They crossed out whatever sentiments they thought might displease Napoleon, and then 10,000 copies were at once printed, she meantime removing to France, within her proscribed limits, that she might correct the proof sheets. What was her astonishment to have Napoleon order the whole 10,000 destroyed, and her to leave France in 3 days. Her 2 sons attempted to see Bonaparte, who was at Fontainebleau, but were ordered to turn back, or they would be arrested. The only reason given for destroying the work was the fact that she had been silent about the great but egotistical emperor. Broken in spirit, she returned to Geneva. Amid all this darkness, a new light was about to beam upon her life. In the social gatherings made for her, she observed a young army officer, Monsieur Rocca, broken in health from his many wounds, but handsome and noble in face, and, as she learned, of irreproachable life. Though only 23 and she 45, the young officer was fascinated by her conversation, and refreshed in spirits by her presence. She sympathized with his misfortunes in battle. She admired his courage. He was lofty in sentiments, tender in heart, and gave her what she had always needed, an unselfish and devoted love. When discouraged by his friends, he replied, "I will love her so much that I will finish by making her marry me." They were married in 1811, and the marriage was a singularly happy one. The reason for it is not difficult to perceive. A marriage that has not a pretty face or a passing fancy for its foundation, but appreciation of a gifted mind and noble heart, such a marriage stands the test of time. The marriage was kept secret from all save a few intimate friends. Madame de Staël, fearing that if the news reached Napoleon, Rocca would be ordered back to France. Her fears were only too well founded. Schlegel, Madame Rasmière, all who had shown any sympathy for her, began to be exiled. She was forbidden, under any pretext whatever, from travelling in Switzerland or entering any region annexed to France. She was advised not to go 2 leagues from Coppet, lest she be imprisoned, and this, with Napoleon, usually meant death. The emperor seemed about to conquer the whole world. Whither could she fly to escape his persecution? She longed to reach England, but there was an edict against any French subject entering that country without special permit. Truly his heel was upon France. The only way to reach that country was through Austria, Russia, and Sweden, 2,000 leagues. But she must attempt it. She passed an hour in prayer by her parents' tomb, kissed his armchair and table, and took his cloak to wrap herself in should death come. May 23, 1812, she with Rocca and 2 of her children began their flight by carriage, not telling the servants at the chateau, but that they should return for the next meal. They reached Vienna June 6, and were at once put under surveillance. Everywhere she saw placards admonishing the officers to watch her sharply. Rocca had to make his way alone because Bonaparte had ordered his arrest. They were permitted to remain only a few hours in any place. Once Madame de Staël was so overcome by this brutal treatment that she lost consciousness, and was obliged to be taken from her carriage to the roadside till she recovered. Every hour she expected arrest and death. Finally, worn in body, she reached Russia, and was cordially received by Alexander and Empress Elizabeth. From here she went to Sweden, and had an equally cordial welcome from Bernadotte, the general who became king. Afterwards she spent 4 months in England, bringing out Almond. Here she received a perfect ovation at Lord Lansdowne's. The first ladies in the kingdom mounted on chairs and tables to catch a glimpse of her. Sir James Mackintosh said, "The whole fashionable and literary world is occupied with Madame de Staël, the most celebrated woman of this, or perhaps of any age. Very rare must be the case where a woman of fine mind does not have many admirers among gentlemen." Her Almond was published in 1813, the manuscript having been secretly carried over Germany, Poland, Russia, Sweden, and the Baltic Sea. The first part treated of the manners of Germany, the second its literature and art, the third its philosophy and morals, the fourth its religion. The book had a wonderful sale, and was soon translated into all the principal tongues of Europe. Lamartine said, "Her style, without losing any of its youthful vigor and splendor, seemed now to be illuminated with more lofty and eternal lights as she approached the evening of life and the diviner mysteries of thought. This style no longer paints, no longer chants, it adores. Her name will live as long as literature, as long as the history of her country." Meantime great changes had taken place in France. Napoleon had been defeated at Leipsic, leaving 250,000 murdered on his battlefields. He had abdicated and was on his way to Elba. She immediately returned to Paris with much the same feeling as Victor Hugo, when he wept as he came from his long exile under Napoleon the Little. Again to her salon came kings and generals, Alexander of Russia, Wellington, and others. But soon Napoleon returned, and she fled to Coppet. He sent her an invitation to come to Paris, declaring he would now live for the peace of Europe, but she could not trust him. She saw her daughter, lovely and beautiful, married to the Duc de Broglie, a leading statesman, and was happy in her happiness. Rocca's health was failing, and they repaired to Italy for a time. In 1860 they returned to Paris, Napoleon having gone from his final defeat to St. Helena. But Madame de Staël was broken with her trials. She seemed to grow more and more frail, till the end came. She said frequently, "My father awaits me on the other shore." To Chateaubriand she said, "I have loved God, my father, and my country." She could not and would not go to sleep the last night for fear she might never look upon Rocca again. He begged her to sleep, and he would awaken her often. "Good night," she said, and it was forever. She never wakened. They buried her beside her father at Coppet, under the grand old trees. Rocca died in 7 months, at the age of 31. "I hoped," he said, "to have died in her arms." Her little son and Rocca's, 5 years old, was cared for by Auguste and Albertine, her daughter. After Madame de Staël's death, her Considerations on the French Revolution and 10 Years of Exile were published. Of the former, Sainte-Beuve says, "Its publication was an event. It was the splendid public obsequies of the authoress. Its politics were designed to long and passionate discussions and a durable influence. She is perfect only from this day. The full influence of her star is only at her tomb." Chateaubriand said, "Her death made one of those breaches which the fall of a superior intellect produces once in an age, and which can never be closed." As kind as she was great, loving deeply and receiving love in return, she has left an imperishable name. No wonder that thousands visit that quiet grave beside Lake Geneva. End of Section 10. Recording by Jill Preston.